sent me. Angler block is an angler block. It's GPE 76 for 463.
Who's doing that? Oh, Jamie.
Just Jamie gonna do the
Yeah.
indication?
Yeah.
Ed's gonna do it?
Call this meeting to order. If you would, join me with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation of Jamie Roush. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, I come before you tonight. And I thank you for who you are. I thank you that you still reign and you're in control no matter what. I just pray, Lord Jesus, that you would give us wisdom and understanding and the ability to discern between right from wrong tonight, that we could move the city forward to your will according to your glory. May you be present in all things, and Lord, may you guide the hearts of all men. In Jesus' name, amen.
Madam Clerk, we get a roll call, please?
Denham. Here. Gaines.
Here.
Cooper. Milton.
Here.
Denton.
Here.
Whitus.
Here.
C.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We will move on to awards and recognitions. The Employee of the Month, Alderman Denham, will you please present Randy Fogel of the Fire Department as the Employee of the Month for December 2021, please?
I was so excited that I got to be the person presenting this to Randy Fogel. He's an amazing man. I had the opportunity to work with him while I worked here at the city of Branson. Integrity, kind-hearted, just goes above and beyond. So it's my pleasure. It's my privilege to announce that the City of Branson's Service and Excellence Employee of the Month Award for December 2021 is going to Branson Fire Rescue Division Chief Randy Fogel. This award is to recognize employees who have gone above and beyond and whose performance exemplifies the City of Branson's values. Chief Fogel is receiving this award because of his observance and vigilance that got a woman in our community out of a bad domestic situation. This woman happened to pass by Chief Fogel while he was in his car and mouthed the words, "Help me," several times. Chief Fogel immediately took action that led to the woman getting help. She returned to the fire station later to thank Chief Fogel and said he had saved her life. On behalf of the mayor, Board of Aldermen, city administrator, and city staff, it is my honor to announce Fire Division Chief Randy Fogel as the City of Branson's December 2021 Service and Excellent Employee of the Month. Congratulations and keep up the good work.
Share a few words, Randy? Come on.
Come on, Randy.
Come on, Randy.
Thank you for what you did, Randy. Makes a difference.
Thank you very much. I am requesting item number 24 to be placed as the next agenda item on the agenda due to fees. It has to do with a bond that we have. We have a attorney or attorneys on the line that will be calling in, and their clock is ticking, and they're number 24. I thought we would try to save a few funds.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I don't know about anyone calling in. Is that accurate?
They actually came down in
Oh.
person instead.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh,
Thank
very
you.
nice. Oh, we really want to get them out of here. So,
Your Honor, I move to read item number 24 as the next item on the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to address this? Anybody on the board?
If everybody would voice vote on that, please. All in favor?
Yay.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. That passed 5-0. We're going to go on to item number 24, if you want to move on to that into your mayor's guide. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading bill number 6108, an ordinance authorizing the city of Branson to enter into a lease purchase financing with Regions Capital Advantage Incorporated to refund for economic savings the Missouri Development Finance Board Infrastructure Revenue Bonds, City of Branson, Missouri, Series 2011A. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 6108.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from members in the audience? How about we do a staff report first? Jamie Rouch.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. As I stated in the Finance Committee, we had the opportunity to refinance this bond, this debt series. We were currently getting a 4.85% interest rate on. With this lease purchase finance, this refinance, we'll get 1.57, which would be a budgetary savings of about 4.6 million off the life of that debt, and we are shaving 1 year off the debt. So this is good news, and I just wanted to add, I have Sid Douglas with Gilmore and Bell and Kaylin Dwyer with Columbia Capital here. If you all have any other additional questions, one thing I told them is to be ready because we did reach out to local banks, and they have who they reached out to and who submitted, if you all want to know that as well. And we do recommend approval of this. And we will be asking for a double read for this because of the timing sake and the 30-day window that we have. So there's that too.
Thank you, Jamie. Now I will ask if there's anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this matter. Any members of the board? Wow. Hearing none, let's vote. I think your summary was very good, Jamie.
Thank you.
That motion carried 5-0.
So now, I need an alderman to,
Your Honor, I move to read bill number 6108 for its final reading due to the nature of needing to get this refinanced and done before the end of the year.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Jamie, are you giving us a report?
Well, one thing more that I would ask is if we could possibly get the signatures tonight so that we can scan them in and send them off tomorrow. I know they weren't printed, but he brought the signature pages that had wet ink signature on all pages too, if need be. So if that's a possibility, that would really be helpful.
Your Honor, I don't have those available tonight.
I have them and he brought them, so
We
I'll
don't have
hand
an
them to you.
ordinance signed by the mayor. So I have to have those ordinance done. I don't have that with me. I'm happy, I talked to Mayor already, and he said we needed them tomorrow morning, so we can get those done.
By 8 a.m.?
It's up to the mayor.
Well, it's a savings of 4.6 million, so if we could get those sooner than later, it would really be helpful. Thank you.
Is there a difference having it signed tonight or tomorrow?
If we could get it signed tonight, then what we could do is scan them in and send them so they are ready to move on their refinancing first thing in the morning. That was the rush to do that because sooner than later is kind of what we're up against because of the market. So it's December 14th. So it's kind of at the end of the year. So we're just trying to get it done as soon as possible. Yes, sir.
I don't think Lisa has time to prepare the ordinance, right?
We weren't informed. I'm sorry. If I would have known ahead of time, I would have been happy to have those ready, but I did not know. I just heard as we came in.
Can I ask a quick question? So the ordinance, isn't the ordinance what we've approved on a double read tonight? So when you say you need a signed ordinance, what does that mean per se? Because didn't you just approve of both readings tonight? So would it be possible to just print that ordinance off and sign it and do those signature pages? I don't know, I'm just asking.
No, it's not available tonight. I don't have it ready, I'm sorry. I'd be happy to have it ready if I had more notice.
Yeah.
Okay,
I do wish we would have provided more notice so we could have had everything ready to sign. I would have signed it right now.
I brought the signature pages, but I didn't know about the ordinance, so, first thing in the morning, would first thing in the morning still work for you? Perfect, thank you.
What's
We'll
the
make it
latest
happen.
time frame that you guys need so we know where it
noon.
is?
Noon tomorrow? As long as we can have it transferred and everything and send it to them by noon tomorrow will be great.
I have a 9:30 HR meeting tomorrow morning. I'll do it
Perfect.
before then.
That works out great, thank you.
That's not a problem by noon at all. I just need time.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any comments from the audience? Any comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you very much.
And now we're ready for,
Yeah, we need to turn off the clock. You got Just trying to save a couple dollars here.
Your Honor,
Yep.
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6108, an ordinance authorizing the City of Branson to enter into a lease purchase financing with Regions Capital Advantage Incorporated to refund for economic savings for the Missouri Development Finance Board Infrastructure Revenue Bond, City of Branson, Missouri, Series 2011A. Floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6108.
There's a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Any comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. We're voting on the second reading.
That motion carried 5-0.
Yeah, it did. So thank you for your patience, allowing me to move an agenda item up before public speaking. Obviously, that's rare. However, we needed to get the attorneys off the clock. Nothing personal. Huh? So we are ready for public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
We have 5 speakers tonight.
Okay, and first one?
Our first speaker is Douglas Clark. His address is 121A St. Andrews, Branson, Missouri. He's speaking on the Missouri General Response to Court Rulings in Cole County.
I don't know if are you all familiar with this ruling earlier this? Okay. Well, the significant thing about this is that it basically, if you read these things, two things, he's basically, the court has said that the public health departments cannot issue orders of mandates, tracing, the whole enchilada they've been doing on basically just orders that have come down and not letting the legislature vote on it, essentially is what the rulings were. So he put out the 2 letters to the health department and the public schools saying that they had no further authorization or reason to be doing what they're doing without complying to the Missouri Constitution, essentially. So then, after this hit the news, and it kind of dribbled out there last Tuesday a little bit, and I'm in a group of people that keep track of all this stuff up there, I was waiting on the radio stations to say something about this, but nobody was hardly saying a peep about it till about 5 o'clock. So I called a couple stations, and they hadn't decided whether they were going to cover it or not, and I thought, really, for Pete's sake. So eventually they covered it, and so did a couple of other ones that I was waiting to hear from. But anyway, there's a page and a half, I think pretty explicit what it says they're going to be enjoined from doing this, and if he has to sue them to get them to comply, there's a couple of school boards that are fighting it right now. But the other bearing on this it's the same thing if you're a public entity or you're a business, it's the same thing applies. If you're a citizen of the state and you have a corporation infringing on your rights in the Bill of Rights, they don't have any right to be doing that either. So they had a ruling for healthcare workers on the 29th, and Eric Schmidt was involved, and he's involved in about 5 or 6 cases of various states, and they said it's illegal to be doing mandates to make healthcare workers get vaccinations to keep their jobs. Now, I don't know whether it's going to be appealed or what the outcome of it is, but at least the legal systems in the states are starting to wake up a little bit to what's been going on here. So what I gave you is a copy of all those, and basically it's this here, and there's 3 letters. And let's see here. So the next thing I wanted to bring up is Concerned Women of America is the one that put out the one on the federal courts on the edict on the health care. Now, the other thing that pertains to this that really is what really irritates me as a citizen watching all this for the last 18 months or more is that how easy we were to manipulate into this mess that they have laid onto us with all this stuff. So if you go back, now this is Associated American Surgeons letter, and it's saying what they have experienced. It's an organization that's been around since 1943, and they are saying what these hospitals are doing on the charges for all this stuff. It'll blow your mind how much they get for each COVID case that they squeeze in the door and give them a test and run them through the mill. It's $100,000 per COVID case that they are, And then if they test them, every time they test them, they get more money every time. And it's going on here right in Branson. I work with a couple of ladies that one tested positive, the mother and daughter, the mother didn't, but they tested both of them 4 times, and somebody's paying for it somewhere, So I don't know whether it's a big deal or not, but it would be to me. I'm not going to subject to the test because, number one, I brought this up 6 months ago, that this test does not test the difference between the flu and the COVID. It does not distinguish that, and they acknowledged that on July the 21st of this year. And the CDC is the one that put the letter out that said they were going to change this test because that's the reason they're not going to use it anymore. So we're sitting here, and they're doing these case counts all over the world, not just here, and they're drumming this thing up again. I mean, it's just pretty obvious. So if they can't tell the difference between those two, how are they going to tell the difference from the 2 mutants that they have going around, the Delta and the other one? I mean, it's
30 seconds.
a total farce, So anyway, those are some of the things I gave you to look at there, and I support Mr. Our Attorney General here for, he's going to get a lot of flack from this. And he's going to have to stand his ground. But I think if these people do not follow this court ruling here, he's going to be down on them like a ton of bricks. So that's what I have to say.
Doug, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, our next speaker is Cherry Webster. Her address is 118 Country Bluffs Drive, Branson, and she's speaking on fee waivers.
Good evening. I'm going to pivot tonight to a new topic, fee waivers. This past September, Director Powell represented the proposed new city fees. Alderman Denham asked for a report for the fees that have been waived for the last 3 years, 2019, 2020, and then this year through September 28th. I received a copy of that report through a Sunshine Law records request. It's an interesting report, but there's no date column. So how do you know which fees were waived for each of the 3 years that were requested? Additionally, there's no dollar subtotals by department or by business name. So I did my own addition, and I see the 3-year total of $53,192. There's a $12,617 fee waived by administration for the Maupin property. I don't know the details, but it seems to be kind of an anomaly. That leaves $40,000 in fees for 3 years. There was $2,700 for COVID testing, a whopping $92 by the police department for 4 private citizens, a $1,000 waiver for a resident with a water sewer leak, and $491 a year for Cooper Creek to fill their pool. That leaves the remaining $36,000 for one entity, MHDC, Fall Creek Townhomes. Why is the name MHDC used instead of Dan Ruda or Tammy Creason? MHDC is the government entity providing financing for Ruda's project. MHDC has no building permits with the city. Dan Ruda has building permits because he's the landowner. And everyone knows that when Dan Ruda is the landowner, it's a Dan Ruda project. Tammy Creason of Creason Development is the syndicator who holds the application to the construction funding with MHDC. From a transparency aspect, Ruda or Creason would have been a more accurate business name to put on the report. Question, is the city trying to hide to whom it's waiving fees? The report says the fees were waived by the Board of Aldermen. When did that happen? What was the date of that Board of Aldermen public hearing? Was it even a public hearing? I also received a copy of the email Administrator Dobbins sent to the Board of Aldermen addressed to Ruth Denham in response to her request for the date of these Board of Aldermen waiver approvals. He writes, regarding your wanting to know a date for the fee waiver for the MHDC housing, there is no formal agenda item on that topic as it was handled through 2-on-1 meetings with the board. MHDC had a meeting at City Hall with Mayor Akers, Finance, and the Taney County Partnership and asked what the city was willing to do to help bring affordable workforce housing to our city so we could get people out of hotels. I understand these things are very competitive and the people that make the decisions look more favorably on projects that have assistance from the community. We don't have any land to give, so the only items we do have are water, sewer connection fees, or building permit fees. Question, Attorney LeBeck, were you present at any of these meetings that Administrator Dobbins had with his monthly meetings where he meets with 2 aldermen at a time each ward? Have you advised Administrator Dobbins that meeting with 2 aldermen and then another 2 and then another 2 aldermen to gain consensus from all 6 for the same topic of waiving fees just might be a sunshine law violation? Is this an approach to circumvent the public hearing process and public involvement process? Question, who from MHDC did you meet with at City Hall with Mayor Akers, Finance, and the Taney County Partnership? Was it Gus Metz, the administrator of MHDC? Or was it like the report indicates, MHDC is really Dan Ruda and or Tammy Creason? Again, are you hiding to whom you're waiving city fees? Let's go on with the report. Mr. Dobbins writes, I would never encourage a public vote on waiving of any fees as the next thing that will occur is all developers will be coming to the board to
30
do
seconds.
that. Then you will get into a poor position that will not be legally defensible. Well, there's one answer. Yes, the city is trying to hide from other developers the fees that are waived for Dan Ruda. Let's go on to the next paragraph. So when the Mayor Akers, brought forward the request to the board during my one-on-one meetings, they all agreed the building permit fees should be waived on MHDC housing. Alderman Skanes, Whitus, and C can confirm that.
Time.
At the time, Alderman Milton missed his meeting, and I asked the mayor to communicate with him. I do not know if that happened or not. Were these one-on-one meetings with Skanes, Whitus, and C closed-door meetings? Are they one-on-one so you can avoid a public hearing where minutes are recorded and the public is involved? Attorney LeBeck, were you present at any of these meetings? Did you advise the attendees that they might be violating the Sunshine Law by meeting behind closed doors? I received an additional response from a second records request where Mr. Dobbins states, the meetings are between the alderman and myself. They occur monthly. I have no idea of the dates except during the time the request was being reviewed for the MHDC housing. The attendees were Mayor Akers, Alderman Simmons, King, Skanes, Whitus, and C. Was this a open to the public at all? Is it a series of meetings of 2-on-1 or 1-on-1 at a time? Attorney Liebeck, are you advising the administrator and the alderman how to avoid public involvement and comment? Question. I asked Administrator Dobbins and Alderman Skanes, Whitus, and C. They were the 3 aldermen during the MHC housing review. How is it that you get to decide that these fee waiver decisions should not be held in a public forum? How is it that the city administrator and the alderman can spend in 1 year $36,000 city tax dollars on one developer without involving the public? Mr. Mayor, might these questions be answered at this time?
Stan, do you have any comments?
My comments are, what I would tell Ms. Webster is, once again, her facts are totally inaccurate, and her belief and process is totally inaccurate. The one-on-one or one-on-two meetings have been occurring since at least 30 years ago. No, they do not violate the Missouri Sunshine Law at all. They are meant to move the business forward of the city. What you're referring to as fees are not tax dollars, ma'am. They are not handled as such. The fees were requested to be waived from the MHDC group that came down and visited with us. I have no idea what all of their names were. I don't even believe I was initially invited to the first meeting with them, but I was asked to come in during that meeting. Finance Director Roush could probably share more with you on that topic. What you have said is totally inaccurate, and I should not comment further because I will tell you I have contacted an attorney, and he has advised me that he is reviewing the comments that have been made by Ms. Webster for possible civil action.
Attorney Liebeck, do you have any comments?
I do not. I share the same concerns Mr. Dobbins has. Ms. Webster, again, continues to spin inaccurate information and draw inaccurate assumptions, and this is, quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, getting old.
So, for clarity, the waived fees, did we have, I think that was even before my time, did we have public meetings on those?
There were no public meetings held on any fee waivers. It's just like the fees you have us all waive for the Adoration Parade or the Veterans Parade. You do not specifically tell us or vote to waive those fees, but you indicate to us you do not wish us to collect those fees.
Any aldermen have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I was a bit surprised too when I received the report, and I would just like clarification. Is the approval of a fee waiver the decision of the Board of Aldermen, or is it an administrative decision that is made? That would be my first question. Second, and if it's, and I'm not doubting your word, I'm not doubting Mr. Dobbins' word, but if decisions are being made like that, my question would be, why are we even having a Board of Aldermen meeting at this time? Because we could just go 2 by 2 to make decisions for the city. I believe that.
Not when it comes to voting, ma'am, on an ordinance. That's not correct.
Okay, I just believe that everything should be transparent. When we talk about tax dollars, if we don't receive them, we don't have dollars. But if we do receive permitting fees, it goes into our general fund. So yes, it is the city's, the citizens' dollars that came in. It's used for the city. So that is dollars that the city is not receiving. And it's my understanding that fee waivers are administrative.
They are administrative unless I ask otherwise, because such as in this case, it was a rather large sum of money, and I personally was not willing to do that. Mr. Ruda and I had several difficult conversations, and it was not appropriate for me to make that decision at the time, so I left it up to the Board of Aldermen. Secondly, the reason that we have the two-on-two meetings, and as you said earlier about the administrative, you are correct. It can be an administrative service, but I did not feel comfortable with that fee. Generally, the fees I waive are like the $1,000 water fee. That has a set of criteria and involved a actual break and involved the lady providing documentation on fixing the break. There was another lady that contacted us this year that said she was a friend of yours that I think John Manning sent an email to you about that said she would get with you to get you to waive the fee. I never received any contact on that, but her item did not fit the criteria. So the only way that that could have been waived is if a member of the board would have asked us to do so.
Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Webster.
Larry, just a second, and these meetings have gone on with Stan. You sit in on ours now. The mayor sits in with the 2 aldermen for Ward 1, and then mayor sits in with the 2 aldermen for Ward 2 and Ward 3, just to have conversations and what's going on, because there's 2 weeks in between meetings, and we don't decide anything in the meetings. We may tell them what we've been doing, like I told you guys on the public safety meeting that we had and the meeting with the engineers on the SID project, but no decisions are ever made in those meetings. And we asked the mayor to come in, and before Ed would come in and sit, and before Karen would come in and sit, and then before before Karen, Rayanne, and before Rayanne, it was Lou Schaefer. So it's been going on, informal discussions. There's no decisions ever made in there, except Larry's going to buy ribs for the next meeting, that's all.
Well, the report says that the Board of Aldermen approved the $36,000 in fees. And if you did it on 1 on 2 meetings, 3 of those.
Didn't happen that way. If we had a meeting, if we had a Budget and Finance Committee meeting, there may have been 4 of us there.
There was not 4 of you. That's the whole point. If we have more than 4 aldermen, if we have 4 aldermen or more present, we are required to post a meeting.
Yes.
So in these 1 on 2 meetings that we have now, I asked them for their direction on things. I will tell you that we had a meeting the other night that we are looking to move forward with another MHDC project and a developer on where we will be possibly providing some land and the board, without voting, has given us direction to move forward with that project. Now, if we do move forward with it because it is land the city owns, that will have to come before the board to transfer that property. As the email said, and I believe Ms. Denham had even noted this earlier, there are no laws in the state of Missouri that say you have to have the board have an open meeting to waive any fees. They can simply request that the fees be waived, just like with the Adoration Parade and the Veterans Parade.
Well, why don't you put the fees that are being waived here for Dan Ruda and Tammy Creason? MHDC doesn't have any building permits with the city. It's like this whole project with Dan Ruda has been a fiasco for 2 years, and the city has been over backwards to facilitate his circumvention of process after process. And here you are waiving $36,000 fees, and your letter says that you don't want to do it in a public hearing because you don't want other developers to know what you're doing. Why are you giving him favoritism?
First off, this shouldn't even be having this discussion right now, but secondly, that is absolutely a lie.
Well, who waived $36,000 in fees?
These people did, but once again, what I said was, no, you do not want to have this out here because the next thing that's going to occur is every developer in this city is going to be coming forward, whether they're building $1 million house or they're building an apartment complex or whatever they're trying to build, to ask the board to waive that fee. In this instance, it was for workforce development housing. It was subsidized by the government, the state and the federal government, and they requested that we, as a city, our part of the program, waive those fees. I'm sorry you can't understand that, but it occurs all over our government and all over this country.
Well, why aren't you transparent about it?
It is transparent.
It wasn't transparent until this report was requested. And she had to request the report twice.
If she would have been at the alderman meetings at the 2x2 at that time, she would have known about it.
She wasn't an alderman at that time.
You're
Okay.
correct.
We're in public comment. Jerry, I appreciate you raising these questions, and I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josie Velasco, 1600 Bird Road, number 132. Do you believe in freedom?
Hello again, everybody. The first time I spoke to you all, I asked pretty much the same question. Do you believe in freedom? The second time was, what can you do that makes a difference? Does what one person do makes a difference? And this one is kind of along those lines, but a little more direct. If I'm going to direct this to the residents of the Branson area, are you confused, afraid, or angry about what is going on? Good. If you are, you're at least aware that something is wrong with our country and with our world. What will it take for you to find out the truth? We are in a war, I believe, between good and evil, slavery and freedom, and it is not just America. There are 109 plus nations around the globe actively involved. The 5 foremost allies are the USA, Russia, China, India, and Iran. There's a lot that probably you don't know if you're confused, afraid, and angry. The worldwide chaos, violence, disease, and fear have one common source. And what or who do you think it is? It has quietly been bringing bondage into nations since 1960, although Abraham Lincoln was aware of it and refused to go along with it either. America had just happened to be the cherry on top, and their plan of destruction would have plunged the whole world into darkness. Do you see it yet? Or does it have to come to your door, right here in Branson? An evil plan with unspeakable abuse has been in progress and brought poverty, disease, addiction, bondage, torture, and death to the world. So what are we going to do about it? Are we going to just let it take over and be too lazy to do anything until it's too late? Unbelievably, 5 U.S. generals are united worldwide with at least 72 others and waging a campaign against it successfully. And we are at the point where, quote, we the people must want freedom and be willing to stand up for it. You need to be aware that the 2020 election was, in my opinion and by the facts, a sting operation. And when do you catch a thief? Before he does the crime? No, after, and you play it out. Is the light beginning to dawn yet? We have been waiting for the rest of you to wake up. If the little bit that I have shared with you does not ring true to your stomach, it is doubtful that you will sustain the complete reality. And the very first thing you need to do is stop drinking what is keeping you comatose and compliant, which would be the mainstream media. Wake yourself up. No one is going to rescue us. If we the people don't want our freedom, why would someone else get it for us? Every one of us is valuable. Everyone can make a difference. What you will do does matter. I want to speak especially to those who are older and think that you don't have anything to contribute. Well, let me change your mind about that. You were trained to think before this brainwashing was taught in our schools. You were trained to think and act when we knew there was such a thing as right and wrong, and we were strong against lies, bullying, perversion, stealing, murder, and all the rest of the chaos. You don't think you have anything to offer? You're worth your weight in gold. Besides all that, you have survived a plague intentionally designed, created, and distributed to take you out, which also shows that you have good sense and stamina. You are a survivor. Your family, your community, and your country need you again to turn the tide and to stand for God. If you find yourself wondering, what should I do? Quick, get a pen. In the half column is turn off the mainstream media. Number 1, Get your flag up and say the pledge every day out loud. Number 2, find out the truth about the virus, the mask, and the mandate. There is no such thing as a law against it. Number 3, your country has been infiltrated by the cabal and the CCP. Immediately stop giving your money to them in their stores. Get out of Walmart, Target, Starbucks, Costco. Get your stuff from
30 seconds.
American companies. Thank you. Stand up for freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, travel, from search and seizure, religion, and government interference. Get involved in your community, city, school, government. Look at upcoming positions in government and business. It is a great time of opportunity. Many are stepping down. Can you do their job using better judgment? America needs new products and ideas. This is the time. Get in the fight.
Thank you, Josie.
Our next speaker is Gary Groman, 350 South Wildwood Drive, speaking on parking meters.
Good evening. I'll take this opportunity to wish you all a Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year. And I will also apologize in advance. Normally, I have time to prepare what I want to say in writing, but I didn't. This situation developed today, and I wanted to share it with you tonight before Friday. On December 13th, I received a communication from Joe Merrifield, the owner of Downtown Casualware, through the editors of the Branson Globe. He sent a request to them. They forwarded it to me. Among other things, he said the following, quote, I read the unfinished downtown project article that was in the December 3rd issue of the Branson Globe. In the article, the answer to question number 5 revisits the idea of downtown parking meters to help fund the project, end quote. The question in the article was, quote, what is the project date that work will begin to complete the remainder of the project? That's the downtown project, end quote. The city's answer was, quote, the project will resume once the city identifies a funding source to fund the rest of the project. The city is currently looking at potential funding sources, one of which could be a downtown parking meter system. On December 14th, today, I interviewed Joel. During that interview, he shared the following Facebook exchange which took place between him and Alderman Say during early November. Merrifield, hey Jeff, it was brought to my attention this evening that the city's engineering department was planning to install 67 parking meters on Main Street and Commercial Street in downtown Branson. Is that just a rumor? Is that something you have heard? Say, yes. Cody and I have been working on it with Public Works. It's a pilot program, so it's very low cost for us. There will also be a kiosk for the parking lot behind you. We are still doing our due diligence, and part of that meeting, and that is meeting with stakeholders like yourself. We can meet next week. This was early November. I think Cody has set up something with Steve at Dick's. On December 14th, today, I interviewed Steve Hartley. He said that over a month ago, there was an exchange of emails regarding the setting up of a meeting, along with suggested time periods that merchants could be available. But he has received no response since then. He went on to emphasize that, quote, before parking meters can even be considered, I just want to make sure that every stone is being turned over as far as revenue sources that can pay for what we need in our downtown. For sure, this needs to go to every historic downtown business to get their point of view and their public take on this before anything is ever proposed. On December 14th, the following information, that's tonight and now, the following information was presented to the Branson Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of their board meeting. And the following questions asked. What is the current status of putting parking meters in historic downtown? And what input was received from downtown merchants before Public Works even developed, quote, a low-cost pilot program for us with kiosks in the parking lot behind you, end quote. Talking with Steve and Joel, it seems like some steps were taken to develop the project. It's a low cost to us, even to the point of analyzing to put kiosks behind their store, the number of parking meters. How could that happen without the downtown merchants being actively participating in it? But anyway, My two questions, if I could get an answer, and I realize you don't have to answer it, what is the current status of putting parking meters in historic downtown Branson? And two, what input was received from downtown merchants before Public Works even developed their low-cost pilot program? That's it.
Alderman Fenton, Alderman C., this is in your ward, and I know you've been involved. Would you respond, please?
Sure. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm just wonderful.
Welcome to the party, right?
Hey.
Now, I first heard about this a couple months back, and I had sort of the same response as, well, I like the idea of finishing out that project, but before I would support anything, I wanted to see what the consensus was of the downtown business owners. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I had a chance, myself, Keith Francis, we met with Steve and his sister and one of their folks from down there. Keith and I have met with the DBBA. We've met with several stakeholders down there, certainly not all of them. Believe it or not, I have a busy schedule outside of this, and so part of it's just been a scheduling issue and getting down and talking to different people. I spoke with one of the owners last week, voiced some concerns about it. I think there's a lot of maybe misinformation or misunderstanding. The response I got was, well, I can't believe you guys are starting on this in a week. And I said, to my knowledge, we're not starting on it in a week because it hasn't passed the board. It has to go through the board, pass, before it would ever even, go that direction. We've not voted on it. It hasn't come before us. We don't even know if it would pass. So I am still very much want to know how the downtown business owners and operators feel about it. For me personally, because I think that's important to have their feedback and their buy-in or not. And so everything you said is true, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. It's just been scheduling has been my biggest issue. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Right.
Yeah, and that pretty much covers it. And I have text messages and emails where we've been going back and forth. And I think before the Thanksgiving, I think Steve was out of town. So, and I've been, coordinating with Joel. We've talked about it. So it's due diligence. It's just exploratory. And it's getting out there that we're going to install them next week.
But we do have a plan that's been proposed that would be no low cost to us, 67 parking meters. And I mean, it seems like things are beyond the do we want to do. It seems like we're looking at some, I know we'll have to vote on it, obviously, but anyway.
Well, until we talk to people and we know the program and they know the program, like I said, it's due diligence. It's a proposal. People come to us all the time. And, we're trying to explore other avenues of revenue.
Is it accurate to say that at this time the city is discussing the proposal, considering a proposal to put parking meters downtown?
I think there's a proposal out there, sure, but my understanding is it's the nature of how this all works. In other words, before it can even come to us, there has to sort of be a parameters of how this would work before we can even consider voting on it. I don't get to say, well, hey, I think the contract should have this, and this.
Oh, I understand.
It's a take it or leave it
I
thing
understand,
for
but
us,
my
so.
point is, before it gets to you, somebody's got to consider it. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, oh, let's go to the board and
Sure.
try
Well,
to get.
I think the consensus I've heard from the people I have talked to, whether they agree with parking meters or not, is they want the downtown project finished and done correctly and in a financially responsible way. I have not heard one person say otherwise. The question is, and where I think there's some divergence here is, how do we go about that? One such proposal is these parking meters.
Okay, so it is a
Somebody has
proposal. It is a proposal, and that's all it is at this point.
To my knowledge, yes.
Is that understand? Is that okay?
And 50% of the people I talk to want a parking garage. How do you get that? Revenue. Parking meters bring in revenue. The city departments are always trying to find ways to find more revenue, and it doesn't get out of the public. It's just ideas that get kicked around, and then you go a step further, and it's like we did with animal ordinances. You have town hall meetings, et cetera. We haven't really talked to everybody we need to talk about.
So it's just in the early stages of a proposal at this point?
Absolutely.
Very early stages? No, I mean.
Hey, I haven't seen what they look like, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stan?
If there are any other questions, I'm sorry.
This discussion's been going on as long as I've lived in Branson.
Yeah, I wrote articles on it 2 years ago. I mean, we had a study, and I sat here, and there was a beautiful presentation, and, I mean, it was going to be glorious.
Stan, we don't have a pilot program for 67.
All it was, and this is funny. We were in a discussion with Steve Hartley, with some other people, kicking around ideas about how can we get funding for downtown. And quite frankly, nobody wants to raise taxes. I said, well, the only idea I have in my head would be some kind of parking system. And this has all grown from this, and it boggles my mind. The only thing about this plan was we contacted a couple companies to see what it would cost. And one of the companies said, hey, just so you know, we've got a pilot program if you want it, where we would put out a few meters to see how it would work. That's the only thing that has been talked about.
And I hope you all understand, all I'm dealing with is information that I've received in writing and information that I've received one-on-one from people. And I had to move kind of quick today. At my age, moving quick is tricky. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks for bringing that up.
Our next speaker is Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill Drive, Branson, Missouri, speaking on tourism during the holiday season.
No, Tennessee will not beat our.
Can't talk about that. But I do want to finish on kind of a jolly note here and speak about Ozark Mountain Christmas and that amazing celebration. We want to first off come to you guys and just say thank you for affirming that as the official name of our holiday season. Man, I've heard from city officials, I've heard from business owners. There was a great post from Mike Pittman over at Sight and Sound Theater on the Ozark Mountain Christmas group the other day about just how successful this has been. I mean, just how amazing this Christmas season has been, quite frankly, you know. So after you all affirmed the name, we formed a citizen group. And we have named Tracy Gideon, the sales manager at Shepherd of the Hills Outdoor Adventure Park and Drama, I believe is the correct way to say that, as the chairman of our committee. And basically we have short-term goals and long-term goals. One of the first things we did is we updated the old logo, put some more musical instrument. There was like a swan and like a compass in the old one, so we put a banjo and a guitar, you know, made it a little bit more Branson. And we want to do a comeback for Ozark Mountain Christmas kind of program where we get some billboards, things like that. I've been around with these little decals of the new logo to almost all the businesses in the community, so it really takes a lot of work. But like I said, there are some long-term goals we want to focus on as well. You know, I think the ultimate goal is to get the community to look very saturated during the Ozark Mountain Christmas season. I think that term saturation is the most important. I talked with a guy the other day who he comes from Alexandria, Minnesota, you know, and the Vikings supposedly landed there, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. They said they have a big Viking, they dress up like Santa Claus, you know. And of course, all these things cost money, and we know that. One of the things that we've discussed in our group is you just add things to the infrastructure every year. So maybe one year you get lights, maybe the next year you get this and this. But I think one thing we want to focus on are there are areas in this community that can really be saturation points. Shepherd of the Hills Expressway might be a good one. Downtown, we keep talking about downtown, making that better, you know. Places where you want it to make it look like the North Pole exploded, basically. Because, you know, they talk about Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and how it looks so much Christmassy. But Gatlinburg is one road that flows. It's very funneled in and everything you can see. So why not we pick a few places in town to kind of really make it look saturated? So I'm letting you in on kind of some of the discussions that we've had as a community group. But I just want to, again, rise and say we thank you guys so much. We appreciate it that we have had and will continue until January 7th to have an amazing Ozark Mountain Christmas season. And God bless you guys and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Marshall.
Mr. Mayor, it's really interesting because I see Cindy out there. There was a few of us almost 30 years ago that started Ozark Mountain Christmas and Hot Winter Fun, and I'm really glad that you guys are hanging in there and continue to push this. When we had people tell us all the time, "Why do you want to do this for?" I said, "Because there's some of us that's open year-round. We want to do business year-round," and I'm just glad to see us go back to that again. Thank you.
Good comment. Thank you.
That's all of our speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or comments? Any items the board would like moved down? Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the October 21st, 2021 study session, November 18th, 2021 special meeting, November 23rd, 2021 special meeting, November 23rd, 2021 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Finance Committee minutes for the August 26th, 2021 regular meeting and September 17th, 2020 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Human Resources Committee minutes for the October 5th, 2021 meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Advisory Park Board minutes for the October 19th, 2021 meeting. Acknowledge receipt of the Community Improvement District CID 2022 budgets for the Branson Hills CID, Branson Hills Infrastructure Facilities CID, 76 Entertainment CID, Fall Creek Valley CID, and Historic Downtown Branson CID. Final reading of Bill Number 6095, an ordinance approving the renewal sign lease between the City of Branson and A&B Property LLC and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6096, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Lytle Enterprises of Ohio LLC for sign-making supplies and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6097, an ordinance accepting a proposal of Empire Energy LLC for unleaded and diesel number 2 fuel and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6098, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Vulcan Incorporated for sign-making supplies and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6099, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Table Rock Asphalt Construction Company Incorporated for the purchase of base rock and asphalt mix and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6100, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Specialty Air Conditioning Services Incorporated for HVAC maintenance and repair services of city buildings and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6101, an ordinance amending Chapter 18, Buildings and Building Regulations, and Appendix A, Fee Schedule of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to code review. Final reading of Bill Number 6102, an ordinance approving the addendum contract with Radiophone Engineering Incorporated for Mosswind radio equipment updates and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6103, an ordinance approving the addendum with Mercy Corporate Health for an amendment to the 2021 contract for firefighter physicals and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6104, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Taney County and the City of Branson for time extension amendment regarding funding of the city's planned 2021 sewer system improvement projects, Country Bluff, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6105, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contracts with Missouri American Water Company for water usage data and water termination, authorizing the mayor to execute the contracts. Final reading of Bill Number 6106, an ordinance approving the annual utilities contracts for maintenance and laboratory supplies, laboratory services, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contracts. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda, and the floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda.
Yeah. Somebody was busy. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
It's
There we go.
Thank you. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments from members of the audience? Comments from members of the board? Please vote.
Except she's really good at reading, really good.
Your Honor, that motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the Board of Aldermen discussion regarding ordinance 2021-0124.
I will be providing a staff report on this item. Would you, Chad, I have two exhibits that I'd like, if you'd put up the ordinance 6093, please. Okay. I'm bringing this up for a couple of reasons. Primarily, I felt uncomfortable with this ordinance, and I want to share with the board what my concerns were. This was at our meeting when we all agreed to approve the stipend for all city employees for 2021 and 2022. during the presentation, we were told that the amount of the stipend will not quite cover the total cost, the amount of the ARPA funds will not quite cover the stipend amount, and we would make up the difference in general fund. You would agree with that? Okay. My struggle with this is, if you scroll down, you'll see that the different amounts were going to be put into these different departments. And when you get to the bottom, it has the total funds used for stipends, $1,176,408. Well, I recalled that the amount of the stipend was $1,173,000 and change. So I've signed a ordinance that the math just simply doesn't balance. I think what we agreed to was $1,173,000, the ARPA amount would go to the stipends, and the difference of the $1,176,000 would be paid out of general funds. And simply stating, that's not what this ordinance says. I signed this because knowing that without signing this, I was going to be holding up everybody's checks, and everybody was obviously all the employees were looking forward to them. We promised we'd get them out before Thanksgiving. So on the next exhibit, on the same night, we had an ordinance that had to do with our funds, transfer of funds. And ever since I've been the mayor signing ordinances, this is what I've been presented with. You have the account number of where the funds are coming from, and then you have an in and out balance. 483 in, 483 out, 4,000 in, 4,000 out. This has been the format of every ordinance I've ever signed. If we go back to the Bill 6093, or Ordinance 6093, all I was asking for was to provide some clarity so this ordinance reflects what the board approved. For example, at the beginning when it says we're going to use the ARPA funds, I would have felt more comfortable, and I was asking to put the ARPA funds, the account the money was in, and the dollar amount, the $1,173,000. Then at the bottom, when the math didn't work out, there would be a line item that said what the board had agreed to, and that was to transfer funds from the general fund to make up the difference. So I'm sitting here tonight asking, and I don't know if it's a resolution or we rewrite this ordinance, but this is one of those things that I don't want to be hanging in my closet, because 5 years from now, somebody's going to pull this up and they're going to say, what the heck was this? We signed a bill that, number one, it's not what the board approved, and the math doesn't balance. Any comments from members of the board?
I'd like to hear staff report on it.
I am the staff report.
No, I mean, not you staff. You're the mayor, but
You want to hear from Jamie?
yeah, whatever we need to do to correct it if we do
Yeah.
need to do something.
What I'd like to say on this is that we got an attorney from Gilmore and Bell to sign off on this. I recommended this. Everyone approved of it. And I will say that there is no statute and no ordinance on having to put account numbers on budget amendments. So when this was brought to my attention of the concern, it was the Friday after it was passed, and I sent out, per your request, a email that day to show you all where the accounts. The reason why we did not put account numbers on there is there's more than 7 pages of account numbers to address the ins and the outs. So if you want to look at the ordinance that we addressed, we showed you where the total funds were coming from. We told you what the total funds were for, the amount that it made up, the 5%, the 10%. So if you're talking about the $2,935 addition, I did mention that and said that it would come from the remaining of the general fund. So in reference to transparency and accountability, the budget amendment that I presented, I stand behind, and we had the auditor look at it. We also had Gilmore and Bell sign off on it. So here's the deal. It was completely transparent, completely accountable, and we have done other budget amendments that have not had account numbers on there. And the reason why we do that is because how many of you all know the 14-digit account number structure and what it's for? We do, when we can, 1 line item or 2 line items when it is, we do put that on there, and that's merely for our accountability to make sure that we have it tracked. But when you have 7 pages of account numbers, it doesn't make sense to bring it forward into a budget amendment to put that. That's why we listed the totals by fund, and we told you the total. Now, what I will say is that $1 million, we have not spent all of that. There's a couple more retros that we have to do, but we, as of right now, we will not exceed the $1,173,000. I don't know if that's helpful to you or not, but I need to explain apparently why we do what we do, because what we did, I stand behind, was completely transparent, completely accountable, and there was no ill intent.
I'm not questioning ill intent. My issue is I was sitting at Lisa's desk signing these ordinances. I ran across this one. The math didn't work out. It was missing. The numbers don't match. So prior to signing it, I walked into Stan's office and I shared with Stan what I thought was a very ridiculously simple request. We don't need to see 72 pages of account numbers, but when the state sent us the ARPA money, the state sent the city ARPA money, correct?
That's correct.
It had to go somewhere.
That's correct.
It didn't go into 72 account numbers, it went into one account.
It did.
So my simple request was, let's put the account number that the money came in. Let's say what the board agreed to is here's how we're going to spend it. And at the bottom, there has to be an offset to say, and the balance of the monies for this ordinance will be paid out of the general fund. Those were my only request.
I sent that to you all on November the 12th.
Excuse me a second. When we were all in Stan's office, when we discussed it, I don't know if it was your suggestion or Stan's, but it was, can we just put a simple exhibit explaining this? And I said, absolutely. The simple exhibit was you sent the alderman an email, right? I'm looking for something on this document that I signed that people are going to pull up in 5 years from now, and they're not going to say, oh, wait a minute, there's an email associated with this. So, Jamie, my frustration is I asked for the account number the money went into. I asked for the math to balance. I asked to show the difference. Where in the world is the difference coming from? The board agreed with you it's going to come out of general fund. I asked for the account number. I asked to put in the difference we paid out of general funds. I thought that was the simplest request possible. In fact, I felt it was so simple, I decided to sign it knowing this was a no big deal. And for some reason, you, me, Stan, we went back and forth, 12 emails, back and forth, just trying to get what I'm asking. I don't know why I received as much pushback as I received, Attorney Lebec sends me an email and he says, Mayor Milton, would you send me the emails regarding this string? I said, sure. And that's why I know there's 12, because I said, Chris, here's 12 emails. We have gone back and forth trying to put in an account number, and the balance of $2,900 is going to be paid out of the general funds that the Board of Aldermen agreed to. I shouldn't have to spend the amount of time I spend going through these dances on a simple request like this. And for this to have to come back up to a board meeting is embarrassing.
You're right. It is, Mayor. It is embarrassing because I've already explained it. And you're getting upset and frustrated with me in a public meeting when I have gone beyond everything that I have to do to try and help you and everybody else understand. My point and the purpose of my job is to be transparent and accountable with the city's finances. I have many audits under my belt. I have S&P Global telling you all that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. But you listened to somebody that misinformed you because I did exactly what I was supposed to do. Now, I sent that to the board as you requested. I stood there and I said, what if I do this? Will this be helpful? And you said, yes. And I went back to my desk and I did exactly as you asked me to do. And I feel like you're getting frustrated at me in a public meeting for a purpose that's beyond this discussion. It's $2,900, of which we're not even going to spend. Now, I'm not trying to be ugly in any way, shape, or form, and I respect the position that you hold. But I'm telling you right now that I do not mind the requests that come from you all because that's my job. But I do consistently mind the accusations that come flying at me all the time because you're listening to someone that does not know, is not educated, and does not have the experience that I have to for this job. Now, Mayor, whatever will help you understand this, I will do. But what I've tried to tell you and what I'm going to tell you and the public again, you keep asking about account number. The purpose of this is when I say, and let me try to explain it in the best possible way I know how. When I say general fund, or transportation fund, or parks fund, what I mean by that is like any one fund. So you not only have a simple wage line item that it comes out of, what you have is you have a wage line item, you have a logger's retirement line item, you have all of these other line items just for one fund. So when I say that it was going to be 7 and 8 pages, that's what I mean. I have these account numbers sitting over here. So what we did not want to bog you down with was the 7 and 8 pages of account numbers that you all wouldn't even understand, nor should you, because that's an internal chart of accounts processing tracking for our purposes. That's what we were trying to be helpful, not critical, not attacking. We were trying to do it in the simplest way. You all asked me to bring you back 3 options. I turned around in one day and brought you 3 options of which you requested. That finance committee, we went through all of this too. You all thanked me and thanked my staff for doing the 3 options in 24 hours, which was no simple task. We did that because we love this city and we're trying to move this city forward and benefit our employees. We did that. You all chose and you all thanked us for that. And then we come back to the board and you all approved of that. You did a double read and you thanked us for that again, which we were happy about because unbeknownst to most of you all, what we do is behind the scenes and we don't get much of that. So we were ecstatic about the thankfulness that you and everybody else gave us. And then when it was come time to sit down, you were ill-advised maybe on something that was $2,900, one, that was a projected amount that some employees had left before checks and stuff we didn't even need in the first place. So what can I do? Let me ask it this way. What can I do to help take care of this without you getting so upset at something that was not intended to be upset about? to help you without having to list all of the account numbers that will make this thing go away, and you somehow have trust in what this finance department is doing. Because Mayor, the same reason you're getting upset at me, we're upset with you, and I don't mean disrespect for that, because it's nonstop. You read the S&P Global report. They told you good, sound financial management policies and practices were why we got that credit rating back up. That's not just me. That's all of these people sitting here. It's not just one person. It's educated people that go above and beyond every day for this city. Instead of taking something so small and hanging your hat on it, what about saying thank you to the finance department for the clean audits, for the IRS clean audits, for the financial clean audits, for the special capital clean audit that I've been accused of in the paper of doing wrong? I want you to understand that while we have respect for every one of you in your positions, and honestly, I wouldn't want to hold that because I'm sure it's extremely difficult. What I would love for you to understand is that we are doing above and beyond, and these people sitting out here, we don't leave at 4:30 every day. We do everything requested and as short of time span as we can. And we get accused nonstop. In my 13 plus years here, this last year, I have been accused of so many things, and I have tried to have so much patience because I understand that from y'all's perspective, it might be difficult. But we keep bringing these things back thinking, this is it. This is going to be it. They're finally going to have faith in what we do. And no, now it's back here, $2,900 that's not even been used is something that you're standing up here publicly getting upset with me for. And I tried to do exactly what you asked me to do. I went right back to my desk. We crafted it. Stacy helped me. I did exactly this. And I turned around and sent it to the entire board because thinking, this is what he wants and maybe this will be helpful. And now it got put on the agenda for discussion. Again, I have no ill intent. In fact, I love this city very, very much, and that's why I stay and do what I do. So, because I love what the city stands for. The city stands for greatness. They stand for Ozark Mountain Christmas. They stand for Christ and Christmas. And Christ is my number one authority. And I'm telling you right now, I am tired of the accusations, the nonstop accusations. So Mayor, with all due respect, I have no ill will or ill intent. But I'm asking you that when you have these things, like the next one on the agenda, the tourism marketing, if we could get together, you and I, and sit down, I'd be glad to walk you through anything, and I will be glad to stay Monday nights. I will be glad to do whatever it takes to get you to have the confidence in my staff and my department so that you understand and you know that the city's finance department is an amazing department that should be praised. Not me, but that department.
Jamie, I'm going to start off by saying I will acknowledge that I know, there's no doubt in my mind, we have an absolute top-notch finance department. And I'll acknowledge I do not give credit enough for that department and all the things that it does. And I'll say that 100 times. I'm not so sure that what you're calling accusations is my line of just asking questions, because the questions sometimes get there's a lot of energy on the responses. So when I'm trying to ask a question or to get clarity, that's not an accusation on my part. I'm simply, in my mind, just asking questions. Going back to this, I don't understand why the simple request was put the account number of where the funds went into. Not 72 pages, it was one account. How hard could that be?
Because I think maybe this is the misunderstanding.
Okay.
because I think you might have it backwards. The funds, what we do is we expense those. We expense them in the general fund and all those accounts. When I'm talking
stop,
about.
Time out. I'm not talking about the
And it goes-
expensing of them, because I know that's many, many different line items because of loggers and all the things you mentioned. I was asking, when the money come from the state into the city of Branson, it went into one account.
It went into one fund. There was a fund
Okay.
created
Is there a
specifically
fund number, a
for
fund
that.
name, a fund something?
What's the fund number? Do you remember? It's 301 fund number, the
Okay,
14-digit
stop,
account
please.
number.
So at the top of this, if it simply said, the ARPA funds went into Fund 301, whatever it is, in the amount of $1,173,000 and change. That's one request. At the bottom, where it says, out of these funds, we paid $1,176,000. We couldn't have paid 176 out of the 1.173. The board agreed we're going to make up the difference in out of the general fund. So if it would have said this, the ARPA money came in for 1,173,000, here's where the 1,173,000 went. The difference comes out of the general fund. It was that simple. That's what the board agreed to.
But I did that and sent it to you all.
Okay.
That's what I'm not understanding. Is what I sent not sufficient? Because I sent it the very day you asked. Maybe that's my confusion, because I tried to do exactly what you asked me to the very minute you asked me to do it. So
That document you're talking about.
Yeah.
In 5 years from now, is anybody going to be able to find that document? When they ask the question, why is this 1,176,000 and the ARPA funds were 1,173,000?
they will do a sunshine law request and we'll give it to them.
And also, Mr. Mayor, when you close out the month, that's when it's going to show what was spent.
That is correct.
So I think once I remember Jamie's email. They went to the auditor, which is what they do, and we've got to put faith in that. Now, the difference you're looking for, yes, the numbers don't match there, but when they close out the books for the month, it will show the amount.
Every other, but if that's reality, I'll accept that. Every other fund transfers I've ever signed, the money's matched. 400,000 goes in, 400,000 goes out. 22,000 goes in, 22,000 goes out. This has been the first time I've been asked to sign an ordinance where the math didn't add up, and I don't know why putting in what the board agreed to was the shortage of $2,900 will be paid out of the general fund. Why is that so hard to do?
What is what you're asking me to do simply attach this to the budget amendment that I've already done?
Yes.
Then why did we have to have it on the agenda tonight? I could have done that just like that.
I asked to have that attached to this ordinance that I signed.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt. I cannot attach that. It has not been passed by the board. It was not put out with the ordinance. It's not an exhibit to that ordinance. I cannot attach that.
Is that some?
I'm sorry, but there is no way. This is a done ordinance. It has to either be repealed, amended, done something different to add anything to it.
Okay. Well, as the mayor, I am directed by this board to execute these documents. And if this board says, Mayor, get off of it. I know the math doesn't add up, but it's okay. It'll be discovered later. And if there's on record this board saying, Mayor, we agree with what's gone on, then I'm going to let it go and move on, then it'll be of record.
Mayor, let's ask the city manager to weigh in on this. What's the best way to navigate this between this fiscal director and our erstwhile
This is
clerk?
this is where we ran into a problem, because what Lisa said is completely accurate. And the other problem is this ordinance has already been acted upon. So technically, you can't repeal it, so to speak, because it's already been done.
The funds have been
The
administered.
funds have been dispersed. The only thing I could think of was when we talked about the resolution, and I personally thought that we were going to try to work on that to attach that item to a resolution regarding this ordinance, was my understanding.
And resolution is not binding, so
No,
you
no,
could
you-
not do a resolution to this. But you could true this up, since it's already done, and Jamie actually knows the numbers, we could come back and true up this ordinance to match the actual expenses and match your actual stipend. And then it would match what has been taken out from the federal government's stipend money, and we would hope it would balance. As soon as we could true it up, we can just pass another ordinance to true this up. And since they have been already spent, those numbers should be clear. I mean, they're probably better than what you have right now, I would assume, since the checks have been written to staff. So, I mean, as soon as those numbers are real numbers, we can just come back and true up this ordinance and show it correctly.
That would be actual versus budget. So just so you all are remembering, we do this all the time in the form of budget amendments and then the actualization of those budget amendments. If it is less, if the actualization of the amounts are less, then there's no need to bring it back because it's already covered under this budget amendment.
And it gets trued up that way.
And it gets trued up in the, excuse me, in the budget. So we do that, and that's actual. The other thing that might help you with that is we are going to have a single audit, a single grant audit on these funds. And we'll have that probably for the next 3 years. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to help you understand that this is my world. This is what we live in, and it may not be her world, but it's my world, and we do these numbers all the time. So again, we were not trying to be not transparent. We were just trying to be helpful.
Okay.
So what would you like for us to do?
My world is I take direction from this board of signing the ordinances of what we agreed to. Whatever the process is to provide clarity is what I'm asking for. And I'll also say to the board that when the next ordinance is put in front of me to sign, if the math doesn't add up, we'll bring it back. I want to sign what this board approved, and this board, in this example, approved. The difference will be paid out of general funds. And
Correct.
if that said that right there, it would say, the math would then match.
Going forward, you will not have that problem, so
Thank you.
I don't want to go through this again.
Okay, so Lisa, you're going to prepare something?
Your Honor, I cannot prepare. It would have to come from the Finance Department.
Chime in?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify something on this process, and we're going to back up to the training that we had. Actually, we've had this in a number of trainings. I want to remind you, Mr. Mayor, that under 79-140, before you sign an ordinance, you do have the power to veto in a fourth-class city. So if you have concerns, again, about an ordinance, about something that this board approves, and I encourage you to exercise your power to veto that ordinance and bring it back before the board for consideration. That's your control mechanism when you have concerns over a properly passed ordinance.
Thank you very much. So Jamie, you'll prepare something and run it by Chris, or I'm not sure what the administrative process is. I just want to get this off of my back. So as we move forward, it'll be clear.
So, yeah, I'll do whatever, I'll figure it out. How about that?
Thank you. And I do appreciate our finance department.
Thank you for saying that.
Tremendously.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a discussion regarding tourism marketing funds.
Chad, I believe, excuse me, I'll be giving the report on this. I believe I added in Exhibitor 2.
pulling that up. One moment, sir.
Okay. So the question on the table, years ago, when the city had excess, we call rollover money, from the 25% marketing portion of the tourism tax, it used to be, when it was trued up after an audit, that money was then allocated to the CVB to use to market money. It's changed now, where now the current process is, at the end of 2021, we're going to have, in my opinion, excess of $1 million. $1 million of tourism tax money earmarked for marketing that's going to sit in the city's bank account for a year and not be put to work until the 2023 budget from the CVB. My personal opinion is, I think that's too long. Jason Ottman from the CVB called me, and he said he would like to have the money as soon as possible. So I know Jamie shared with us that we used to do it that way, and that somebody at the Chamber CVB asked to withhold those funds until the next fiscal year, the next CVB's fiscal year for marketing. And so I'm bringing this up for this board to discuss the opinion of providing the rollover money to the CVB after our audit's completed for them to put to use to market our city. In addition to that, I would like, after our March numbers come in, we're going to have a real good idea. I know it won't be an audit number, and I don't know what the percentage difference has been in the past of at the end of March, we're reporting so much in tourism tax, and then in July or August, when we complete our audit, what that difference is in those two amounts. I can't imagine it being much, but we also have $125,000 held in reserve. So, yeah, so I had another sheet. You go to the tax table first.
Sorry, Mayor, 1 second.
All right.
Looking. It's going to be 30 seconds, Mayor, sorry. I
There you
apologize.
go. That's okay. If you would enlarge that, actually, just, nope, right there. Everybody see that? So what this shows is the top half shows the monthly amounts coming in, the bottom half shows the year-to-date numbers. If we look, the year-to-date number for November, and remember, November is September taxes, Jamie? Is that right? Okay, so this November number was actually October sales. Okay. Well, we can see the year-to-date numbers, $15 million in November reporting. And in 2019, which was our, quote, record year, we had 11.5 million. So that is what, $3.5 million? And if we look at if we just matched 19, that would be another 1.5. So 15, 16, 5. We're going to be $16.5 million of tourism tax revenue generated. And I'm waiting to get from Jamie the breakdown of how much we withhold from TIF. But one thing Jamie educated us on was, out of that $15 million number, 25% goes to marketing. Out of that 25% number, $500,000 is allocated to the convention center for marketing. $125,000 is allocated for our, I know it's not called an opportunity, contingency marketing fund, and $125,000 is in our reserve account. So I had a page up there that did the math. There you go. So in November, 15 million was brought in. 25% goes to marketing, which is 3.7, less convention center, 500, contingency reserve, leaves $3 million available for marketing, less the TIF amount. And Jamie, you said that, I know it's because it's audited, had to be trued up, you're going to use 2019 numbers.
If I might make a correction to this.
Sure.
So I don't know who put this together, but what I would like to say is the 15,150,000, okay, so you got that from the tax reports. The problem with this right here is that your 25% is not calculated off of that TIF, that tax number. So what you have to do is you have to take the TIF off of that tax number. So instead of calculating your 25%, what you have to do before the calculations for the 25 and the 75 are done, you have to take that tax, you have to add penalties and interest, then you have to deduct the TIF amount for all three TIFs, and then deduct that 2% admin fee, and then the net revenues that you have, then you calculate your 25%, and then you calculate the 75%, and then you take that 25% and you remove the 500,000 like you discussed, the 125 for the contingency, the 125 for the reserve. Then you have what's available. And the process, and I think where Jason's, and by the way, I will say that we have a meeting set up with the chamber to talk about this on January the 12th. But I think the concern, maybe the 2020 year is what's thrown a wrench into the understanding of this. Because every year, the intent is for them to have rollover on their budget. So the cycle goes like this. So like in 2018, there was rollover dollars of $719,245. In 2019, there was rollover dollars of $729,980. And then there was projected to be for 2020 the $380,000 for 2020. And so what the idea behind that is, every year, consistent budget. They have their budget dollars, and then they have the rollover amounts from the previous years that we talked about. So they're always going to have that rollover amount. And that's the way it was done and decided, because here's the deal with that. The deal was that once the audit's done, we'll say July 1, like you said, we present it before June 30th. Then it goes, we do the calculations, and then it goes to the Finance Committee, and then once the Finance Committee discusses it and approves of it, then we have to go to the board for the first and second reading. And so by all that time is done, you're in the middle of September, maybe by the end of September when that's done. So the idea behind the discussion years ago was, okay, well, you're already at the end of September. There's no way that we can spend those dollars in a couple of months. So why don't we just attach them on to the budget that we're working on right now to be passed, so that we have a whole year to spend those dollars? That was the discussion, and that's why we did the way we did. Unfortunately, the pandemic kind of throw a wrench into it because our tourism ended down 34%. And so when the tourism ends down, there's no rollover. And so that's kind of what has created this gap, if you will. So that was really the idea behind it, and that was the history behind it. But so what we do is, when you asked about the March numbers and what's the difference, the first thing we have a modified accrual government finance system. And so what we have to do is when all those numbers come in, and the TIF numbers as well are really vital for this, because we have a 90-day, the TIFs, we have a 90-day accrual period. So what we have to do is there's a couple of TIFs. If you want to come in and sit down, I will walk you through all of this, because what you have to do is we have to make sure that the amounts that come in January and February, and for one portion, even March, we have to accrue those back into the year that they actually occurred. And then we have to turn around and take those first couple of months off because they were already accrued in the previous year. So a modified accrual just says we're not full accrual, we don't do accruals every month, and we're not cash basis, we're a modified accrual, and that just means at the end of the year, we true up all of the accruals and put everything back into the year where it came from. That's pretty much the gist of it. But that's why we have to do it the way we do it, because we have to make sure we have accounted for all of those accruals to be put back into the year to properly account for that. And then the other thing I will say is, the other thing that might not have been thought of is that the field work, the audit field work, doesn't typically start until about April. And so then we have to go through, and we've already gotten all of our reports, all of our accruals, everything trued up. And then we have to go through the field work with the auditors and walk them through it and do all these walkthroughs and those kind of things. That's kind of why we have to wait to make sure that we have the most accurate numbers, because you are dealing with tax dollars and several TIFs and all of those things. So not to throw a wrench into anything, and we're happy to sit down, and we are talking to them in January to try to walk through. But once we get, God willing and God forbid, we don't have another disaster or another pandemic or anything like that. Once we get back on cycle, then the idea is that every year with their budget dollars, we're conservative in nature. So we budget low, or we assume a 1% increase, and we hope that our economy does so well. We have a 15% increase. And if that's the case, the idea is that every year we have a rollover amount, so they don't ever, it's always trued up, it's always audited, it's always trued up, it's always made accurate. So the idea is that they'll always have an excess amount on their budget, so they have the whole year to be able to plan and use that. I don't know if that made sense to any of y'all, but I was trying to give you some history to explain why we did what we did.
Okay, and I appreciate what we've been doing. I'm just raising the question. In March, including the TIF dollars, the I understand we take the TIF off of the total amount before we divide it. You asked who prepared, I prepared it.
Okay.
I've asked a couple times for you to provide what is the breakdown, so we can all understand how all that works, right?
Sure. I was going to provide the 2019 example for the Finance Committee. That's,
Our Finance Committee meeting isn't till January?
yes.
Yeah, I was hoping to have it
Okay.
for this part.
Okay.
What I was wanting to show was your numbers, not
Okay.
my numbers.
Okay.
So the gist is this. In March, I have to believe we have a pretty good idea of what the rollover amount is going to be. April. I know it's not exact. I know it's not audited, but a pretty good number, a fair number. Whatever that number is, and I'd like to attend that meeting with the CVB, whatever that number is, if we could tell the CVB, here's what we're anticipating as a rollover number. It's not a commitment, it's not a promise, it's not a calculated exact number, but we're sitting on $1 million. So as you're doing your planning for this marketing year, know that after our audit is done, we're going to have, let's say we think it's going to be $1 million, so we're only going to tell you $500,000, just to be crazy conservative. So the CVB can start planning, if they had these funds, what could they do for the fall and winter marketing? I'm trying to generate additional revenues for the
I get
city.
it. Sure. I understand what you're trying to do.
Okay, and so instead of the city holding on to this, we can generate additional revenues by providing these numbers to our marketing company, CVB.
And again, please, I understand what you're trying to do. We're trying to raise marketing and increase our economy. I totally get that. But it's difficult because I'm not trying to be difficult, and I'm just trying to explain we're bound by accounting principles and auditing standards. So if I could have some time to think about, if we have that meeting in January 12th, what if we do this? In trying to compromise to try to meet you halfway, what if we come up with some ways to have that discussion on January 12th when they come here for that meeting? And we all have that discussion, because I truly think it was working the way it was supposed to. And then the pandemic, and we've had to make a lot of adjustments for the pandemic, and we all know that. So what if we just get together, we'll put our heads together, we'll try to come up, similar thing when we did with the stipends, to come up with some ideas and some options, and we'll have that discussion when we meet in January the 12th.
Jamie, I don't know how many years ago, but in the past, we used to do this, right? The city used to, after our audit, we released money to the CVB.
And remember, it's reimbursement, and so,
Yeah,
and that's
but
where it all came from.
When I'm saying give the money, transfer the money, reimbursement, if they know they have it to spend, and they can, if they're told today they have it to spend, they can't spend it tomorrow. They need to put a plan together. So giving them the opportunity to put a plan together, anticipating these revenues, I think is going to help our entire community for marketing.
And I understand where you're coming from. Just remember, I'm an accountant, so when I give numbers, I need to make sure that they are either very, very conservative. So I follow what you're saying, and that's why I'm asking if we can have until January the 12th. That way, we can bring to the table some ideas of maybe helping the chamber, because we're in no way trying to hold on to money. It's not ours to hold on to. We just need to make sure that we have a proper accounting method that goes along with our generally accepted accounting principles and our auditing standards that we are governed by. So if I stand here tonight to say, okay, we can do that, I don't want to do that because I need to go back and make sure that we can do that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And I think that we'll be able to come up with something. So we can move on in the meeting. Is there any board members have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not picking on you, Larry, because you're very invested in this, but this is a Board of Aldermen discussion as well, and we need to be heavily involved with it. I did discuss this with the president of the chamber, and he didn't seem to be having problems with our current system. And you're right, it's an issue of reimbursement. I guess what they would do is be used, first of all, the tourism district funds would be encumbered, and then you would ask for reimbursement. I believe that's what we negotiated years ago with this. I also do share the mayor's uncomfortableness with waiting till September on this. Maybe we can get into July or something after the audit is completed and use some of the money, because what I really like to hear out of them is what you're going to do with this extra money you've had that you've never had before. We had to beg, borrow, and steal to get the money to start that tourism district, and we never comprehended that we'd ever get this much money. I don't know what they would do with it. I imagine Cindy's group is going to be asking very similar questions. What in the world are you going to do with this extra money? We obviously don't want them pounding it down a rat hole and send bad money after good or good money after bad, and I don't think they do that. I think they work quite hard, but I would like to peel back a little bit of that time, if it's at all possible within the audit scope, because, I mean, it shouldn't take a month. If we can have a double reading on doing something that shortens that up to 2-3 weeks to a month, then I'm all for it. I guess what I'm trying to say.
Well, and what we'll do is consider that as one of our options and look at how we can back it up, maybe a few months, if that would be helpful. Again, I just need to look at it.
I think it'd make everybody happy.
Alderman Denham?
Yes, Jamie, I have a question. What's the earliest date that state statutes, what, do you fall under state statutes with being able to,
Like for the audit or?
or up to release any of the money or to,
For the, so the audit is 180 days after the end of the fiscal year, and that's typically when we do that. And the reason why we do that is because of the modified accrual, and in almost every city I know of, the cities our size do
That's
modified accrual. But that's when it's due and before the public and all of those kind of things. And we at least have to go to the end of March because of those accrual dates that I talked about. But so first opportunity for field work is typically the first week of April, and it's based on their schedule when they can do it. Sometimes we have looked at trying to push it back up to the end of March, and that's a difficult thing for us, but if the more we can get it done, we'll do the best we can for sure.
and this
I'd like-
applies to the overage that we have in the account now?
The overage, yes, so the overage, and that's all about the tourism tax, so it's complex, but if you'll go with me, so if you think about 2018, so 2018's numbers get audited in 2019. So then, in 2018's numbers get audited in 2019, okay? So then, at the end of June 30th of 2019, then we have all the set numbers, the comprehensive report has been publicized, everything. So then what we do is then we turn around and we have those numbers, we go into our model, we true it up to the comprehensive annual report, make sure everything ties back to that. Then we go in and we calculate that we call it a rollover amount, and we calculate that in July of 2019. Then we take it to the Finance Committee and then to the board, and that's why it's been, because then we'll call September, we're taking to the board $2018 that will go to 2020's budget because you're in the middle of 2019. So that's why the process works the way it is, because of the audit and the audit timing and those kind of things.
So is the rollover from 2020 that would go to July 2021, is that money able to be used?
Except for the fact that 2020, we were down 34%, so there will not be a rollover. And that was the anomaly, is that we were down 34%. We haven't been that way, and so we typically have those rollover dollars. But, I mean, we will even talk to the auditors as one of our options, and I will talk to them and see what maybe our options are available, but we've done it. So I want to say, I won't throw years around, but around 2016 is when they asked to change it because they didn't have the opportunity to spend the money at the end of the year. I don't want to
Okay.
say too much. So
Yeah, and if you don't mind, we'll have time. We'll have these discussions in January. I'm having a need to move this meeting along, so I appreciate. Oh, I have some aldermen with weak bladders. We're going to take a 7-minute recess and we'll pick up. Thank you. What's that?
Thank you. find the pecans?
No.
They're here.
They're all in Bill's pockets.
Sure, we should have started that. When Alderman Fenton's ready, we'll call this meeting back to order.
Come here.
Madam Clerk, I believe the next item is 20.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation pertaining to the city's annual property maintenance inspections for public property.
We'll begin with the staff report from Jake Phillips. Hello, Jake.
Good evening. So tonight, Mayor, members of the board, this is just a presentation of an inspection process that we have been doing since June of this year. It was administrated by us as a request by John Manning, Assistant City Administrator, to present to you all the annual property inventory and maintenance inspections. While this topic is handled day-to-day on a basic routine basis, individual departments, we want to look at it as a united city and kind of get a grasp of where we're at with our properties, how many properties we have, and what are our issues conflicting. This specific request was brought to us by a concerned citizen, and so we're addressing that concern. So here we have the 5 W's, basically a concept of where we are, where we were, and where we're going. The who. The departments who were involved in this were departments with maintenance inspections, maintenance experience. So we're talking fire, code enforcement, public works, utilities, parks, and planning and development. Again, what we're doing is annual inspections. When this took place was we started doing this, took off this process on about the beginning of June, and we ended it fully. We're still in process, but last inspections were performed in November. City properties, as you all may know, maybe familiar with, maybe not everybody's familiar with, but City Hall, parks, water treatment facilities, and then the city does have quite a few number of vacant lots and parcels. We're doing this again to address the public's concern and how we did it. We had meetings, we set this up to, basically the best way the system was doing it was have individual departments delegate time to fit this into everyday routines of their employees. So who did the work? We're inspectors. We delegate inspectors as for code enforcement, and particularly fire as well. So they went out and teamed up with all individual maintenance. We tried to team up with individual maintenance workers with individual departments to set this. And then they reviewed their properties as they were private property. So we took an approach as if a citizen had an issue, if a citizen had a code violation to get their business licenses, how would we review ourselves based off that same criteria? And talking with the inspectors, we actually kind of scrutinized ourselves more so. A lot of the issues we found, what you're going to see in this presentation as violations, or more so, we just added it. They weren't necessarily violations, but we just characterized them as, poor aesthetics, poor craftsmanship. We want to keep the appearance of the city high standard, so it could have been a few different things. We'll go over that in a second. How we tracked it and how these violations were, we used GIS data. We delegated and created maps, parcels, parcel ID, FID identifiers. This is all GIS technician information that we used to consistently track it now and in the future. As an example, you'll see here on the left is a small version of all city properties that we own. Mind you that one of the issues that we have right now is some of these parcels, you'll see here, this is leased property. We did not inspect any leased properties. And you'll see over here, this is actually the old school property. So when we say property, I'm saying property, parcels IDs. The old school actually consists of 2 different properties. Example violations. You can see here we had electrical outlets and receptacles, dead trees, crumbling sidewalks, curbs, and parking lots. We had deteriorated fences, playground equipment, things that take time to do, and some smaller things that are handled on a day-to-day basis and counted as routine maintenance. Some of the bigger issues you'll see down here at the bottom, new fencing around storage buildings, service center, outdoors, parks. Those are going to be a little bit more expensive on the list, more so than restroom fans and cleaning up walls. Today, we have roughly 131 properties. You may think the city hall is one property. It's roughly around 8 different parcels, and that's included in that number. We did just accumulate some more property recently that I do believe that was rezoned to conservation and donated to the city. That land was not included at this portion of time, but it will be in the future inspections. Up to date, at the time of this presentation, we had 23 properties that had no violations. We currently have 41 that have no violations found. At this time of presentation, we had 271 violations. Today, we have 320. While we did inspect the parking garage and convention center, 9 violations were found there, but we did not count those in this request because we did not maintain those.
Was that part of the fire?
Correct.
Oh,
Excuse me, rephrase.
Grand Landing.
Fire.
You're talking about the city parking lot?
Yeah.
City parking lots, we did inspect. The parking garage and Branson Convention Center, we did not.
Okay.
But we did inspect, we didn't include them in the violations because we don't maintain those. So all these properties, all these violations, what we are counting are stuff that we actually maintain ourselves. Any leased properties or contracts that we have, we didn't include those in those requests because we aren't responsible. As of today, with some updated numbers and combining all those, we're roughly around 56% completed of stuff we've already addressed and taken care of since June. So costs and expenses to the city. Responsible departments have appropriated funds using their general budget to fix these. Again, these are routine maintenance items. Some of these are not. Some of these will need to be budgeted for. So we do not have a exact number of what this is going to cost the city. But in estimates wise, again, a lot of these are put on the back burner or removed from budgets from previous years. And then for bigger projects. In the future, budgeting goes on. We'll make these adjustments as we find these violations. The number is always going to change because we're always going to continuously inspect our properties. So this is always going to be a running project for us. Long-term goals, we're going to refine and make this process more efficient and provide you all with more updated information when needed or at your request. Again, and then for the major projects, independent departments and directors have those big ticket items that they've been working on in their budgets and then postponed or trying to get on next year's budget. Those will be brought up as well again. Thank you. Any questions?
Sure. As far as the violations go, could you give me just a little bit? None of them was life endangering or that side of it. They were all technical, maybe?
We had a few, I believe, that were close to, life-threatening, as you say, life safety issues. And those ones were put out, we had these marked down as a priority list, and those life safety issues were put on the top priority list to get fixed immediately.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Any question before the board? Any questions from members of the audience? Marshall?
Jake, do you ever have like a theme of emphasis when you send your inspectors out for the year? So in other words, okay, maybe we didn't look at this, side of things. Maybe we looked at electrical more last year, but this year we're going to look more at foundation or things like that. The reason I ask is because at our hotel, my owner, he seems to think that they were sort of more onerous on him this year. And I told him to look at that as a blessing because those are all code items. And so at the end of the day, you want all the information you had to kind of get it right, So, but that's kind of my question to you. Do you guys ever have themes? Maybe like a police department will say, we're looking more for these things and we send our people out, but maybe you can answer that.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't really have a theme. So the reason we have multiple inspectors is because individual inspectors are looking at different things. So it happens that sometimes what they're looking at is the same thing. But professionally, some of these inspectors are looking for specific things, and the other one's looking for specific things in their related professional field. So that's why we have multiple people going out, because if we have one person, they may get used to seeing the same thing over and over again and miss something. So that's why in the future, we're working with getting more employees involved, more maintenance crews involved, increased knowledge, increased experience. That way, the less likelihood we'll find something, and more preventative measures.
Mayor,
Yes.
let's talk about this 271 violations. So are some of those were known issues that had just been sitting there in a particular department? I know there's issues in the park department and stuff that have been known issues for a long time. So are those included in that?
That is correct, yep. Anything identified that has been either identified in the previous that's been on, scheduled to be on a budget or didn't rank high enough during this year's priority bus page, so it's pushed off to the next year. Several of the directors have mentioned that some of these items are going to be addressed through capital projects of 2022, 2023. We're trying to get those addressed as soon as possible. But yes, that is correct.
Right, yeah, I saw those on the next page. So would that cut that number in half?
That's a great question. I'm not sure at this time how many of those would. Most of those are going to be bigger projects that need to be budgeted for. Most of these, we are still continuing to update numbers as of today. And so I would have to get back with you or let you know in email or however y'all want to be addressed, more specifics when we finish the process
Right.
up.
It's just a big number. And I think it sort of leaves us vulnerable to a lot of public questioning of how we have that many violations that haven't been attended to.
Absolutely, and I completely agree with that. I would say one thing to that point is to keep in mind that we did scrutinize ourselves more so than we would a private property owner. So some of these violations are pennies to fix. Some of them are 1,000 to fix, and we're looking up to maybe 20,000 to fix, and potentially upwards to 400,000 total. But to that point, not all these were code violations, more so we didn't like the way that looked. And if that's where we're going to present ourselves to the citizens and have citizens use our property, we wouldn't, we should have a higher standard. And so that's part of that effect. So not all these would be code violations. We could look into what really was based off the reports. So that number may be a little high due to that.
Right. But you've stated that there's nothing dangerous, nothing egregious. It's just stuff that needs to be taken care of.
That's correct. And if there was, we are either taking care of it immediately or in the process of doing so.
Right. Great. Thank you.
Alderman Denham?
Thank you, Jake, for presenting this. How many building inspectors do we currently have?
The building department, we have 2. For the city property inspections, we had a number of inspectors, that being code enforcement and the fire department.
Okay, and the 2 building inspectors that we have, do they have certification?
That is correct. The main 2 inspectors who did these property inspections were Randy Fogel and Sergeant Kaufman.
No, in the building department.
In the building department, yes, they do have to have certifications, and we do have in our budget for annual training and certifications to make sure that they can do their job properly.
But we currently have 2 building inspectors, and they both have certification?
That is correct. We have 1 permanent, 1 employed, and another one we are in the process of hiring.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Any other questions from the board?
Thank you for your thoroughness. I know they used to pick me apart wherever Ted is. There he is. He picked me apart at the Engler block consistently. I mean, I couldn't go through anything. I know they're very thorough, and that's what we're asking people to be, is thorough, specifically on the issue of life safety, threat to life, and I'm glad to hear there was none of that. If some of this is aesthetics, I think that can be easily done, Mayor, but I appreciate the work they've done, and I appreciate the report.
Jake, I agree with that. Very appreciative of the work you're doing, and I'm glad you're looking at our city properties through this lens. So I encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Look forward to the next report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Jake.
members of the board.
Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill Number 6073, an ordinance approving a street vacation of a portion of Birch Street and a portion of Seminole Street within the Caudale Heights subdivision, Branson, Missouri. This bill was postponed on its final reading during the November 9th, 2021 regular meeting. It has had a motion and a second and is ready for an additional discussion and a vote.
We'll have a motion and a second. Very nice. And have a staff report from Jake.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. As you may recall, this item was first brought to you all on October 26th. At that time, that was the first reading, and under a condition that the street would be vacated in the property of First Baptist Church. That rings a bell. The simple request was to increase the parking lot and create a continuous flow of traffic. In doing so, we would review any permits to do so when that comes in after this request went in, if it was approved for the building.
Excuse me, Jake.
Yes.
Chad, will you be able to put up that exhibit?
I do not see an exhibit
Oh.
out there. Now, what was I'm trying to go back to the old meeting to try to
October
find-
26th.
And this is for what address again? Is there an address? I'm trying to find out what item that was.
So First Baptist Church.
Yeah, I just want to put this map up there.
Yeah.
Chad, this says a portion of Birch Street and a portion of Seminole. There you go.
That is correct.
There you go. Yep.
So as part of this request, as you'll see there in the center of the map, they do have an existing water and sewer main, and part of the request to vacate the street, the city has requested them to provide a 15-foot easement for those. At the time, it was brought back to you all in November. They did not have or provide that easement then, so the item was postponed until tonight. As of today, the easement is in hand, it is signed, it is notarized. The city is just waiting to record that ourselves. And so based on that, the City and Utilities Department has confirmed that we are comfortable with moving forward and pending your all vote and recommends approval.
Thank you, Jake. Are there any questions from members of the audience? Any questions from the board? Well, then let's vote.
Alderman C., I'm not registering your vote. Yes, thank you. Yes, the motion and the second was made at the previous meeting when they were here, and so that's why it's up there like that. Thank you. That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6107, an ordinance approving members to fill certain vacancies on the City of Branson Tax Increment Finance Commission. This bill was postponed on its first reading during the November 23rd, 2021 regular meeting. It has had a motion and second and is ready for additional discussion and a vote. And you can see the motion and second from the last meeting is why it appears up there.
Okay, so there's no staff report, correct?
I can just tell you from the last meeting, the TIF appointment, that the mayor was asking for the appointment to approve Gary Groman for appointment to the City of Branson Tax Increment Financing Commission, replacing Mike Booth with term expiring November 28th, 2025, and Betsy McConnell, reappointment to the City of Branson Tax Increment Finance Commission with a term expiring November 28th, 2025.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any comments from members in the audience?
I have a comment, and I'm not going to read it.
Sure.
But I just want to say that both of these individuals have caused a lot of hurt in our finance department because of one coming to the alderman meetings, meeting after meeting, accusing our director of supplanting and stealing and not balancing the books, and then the other one publishing these comments in the paper. If we could have two individuals that are truly for our TIF, which brings us to one of them has voted down TIFs in the past. And these TIFs are so important to our city now, because if you vote one down and you don't have revenue and it gets voted down, you still don't have revenue, and we need revenue for our city. And I just want to say we love our director. And I do want to say one other thing about her. Meeting after meeting, we'd congregate the next morning, to see what was happening and what was going on. And we would bring up, things that I knew to be a lie, our department knew wasn't true. And we would talk about it, and she would always say the same thing, time after time. And she says, I will read this. The Lord knows that these things are not true, and He is the one I'm here to serve. And I just think we need to give her all the support that we can, because we need her. She's a good team player for you guys. She knows her stuff inside and out. And I just think y'all should be as proud of her as we are. And we love working for her, and we would do anything for her and for this city. We all love the city. I mean, it's a wonderful place to work. And I'd like for her to see us get back to what we had. And stop all of these derogatory newspaper for the whole world to see that aren't even true. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Unless anybody has any question.
No, thank you for your words and your dedication to your job.
Well, as an employee, I know I'm way down here and I shouldn't even be here.
No, not to me, you're not waiting there.
But I'm old, and if I get fired tomorrow,
Hey, if you're old, what does that make me?
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other comments from members in the audience?
Don't print that, Jason. Okay, I'm just checking.
Any comments from members of the board?
I've had these same sort of concerns that were just expressed. I mean, the TIF, I don't know everything this commission does, but I know it's important, and I know these TIF districts and what we do with TIFs, I know that's important to this city, and I have concerns, and I don't understand the committee appointment process. I know in the past we've received applications, and we read through it, and we look at qualifications and what have you, and we don't have anything on this, so I appreciate you sharing your concerns. I know this affects your guys' department, and I had those same concerns myself, so I appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yes.
So what is the process that we would normally do with this?
Lisa, would you share, please?
As it's been done in the past, the mayor selects and gives us the names. So the names have just been provided by the mayor. It's
So there's no application process?
not
or
on,
anything
not
like
on the
that?
TIF one.
Okay.
So there's different processes depending on what the appointments are.
That's correct. This appointment process is based on the Missouri statute. And in that statute, it says, in all municipalities, 6 members shall be appointed by the chief elected officer of the municipality with the consent of the majority of the governing body of the municipality. So because of the reading of that, it says appointed by the chief elected officer, which would be the mayor, and then the municipality with the consent of the majority of the governing body of the municipality. So those words are what we have been following. I will say this originated from, and I just been following what was originally done when this TIF had been set up, or reestablished. I think it was with the aquarium, and now it was through an outside attorney. So this is a guidance that we have been following, and that's why there's no applications. It doesn't call for applications.
Gotcha. So our choices are yay, nay, or pick 2 more people.
Well, it's an ordinance, so an ordinance can be, it's a first read and a final read. An ordinance can be amended or changed. You can do whatever you want with an ordinance. It's just brought forward by the mayor. It does say with the consent of the majority of the governing body of the municipality, that's 4. So I put that in the staff report of the ordinance that says it takes 4 on the first read and it takes 4 on the final read because of that written part of the ordinance. And again, that's how it was done in the past.
And I'll share briefly that TIFs are extremely important in our community. And in my opinion, there's good TIFs and there's bad TIFs, and I think our city has seen both. In some of the TIF meetings that I've attended, there is strong opinions for the TIF, particular TIF, and there's strong opinions against it. I chose Gary and Betsy. They both have served on the TIF commission, and whether they voted yes for a particular TIF or no for their reasons, they've been involved, they've been experienced, they've been through at least one, probably a couple TIFs apiece, so they've been through the process and they have the background and experience is why I nominated them. It is a very important position.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to make, excuse me, a comment here. We're going to hear good and bad about personalities, and I believe that it's not a personality thing. Gary Groman has been well-respected in this community and for his services on different boards. Betsy McConnell was an alderman. She's very familiar with the process. They have both been sitting on the board. So I think that when we consider this, not to bring in a personality conflict, but to bring in experience and people that would continue to make good decisions for the city of Branson, because they truly are involved and they truly have the city of Branson at heart. So that's my comment on the 2 individuals.
I also want to remind the board that this was on the agenda last meeting, and the motion was made to put it off to this meeting so there'd be a full board to vote. Clay, if you're listening, just kidding. So I would either entertain a motion to postpone this until we have a full board, and if that's not a motion, then I will call for the vote.
A call for the question, Mayor.
Okay. Questions have been called.
Your Honor, I
Yes.
just clarify, we're not officially calling for the question, correct? That would take a vote. You would just like to have a vote.
Yeah, I just want to have the vote.
I just want to make sure I don't have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So there are no motions. We are simply going to vote.
That ordinance failed. Wow. Ruth Denham voted yes. Bill Skanes, no. Cody Fenton, no. Jamie Whitus, no. And Jeff C., no. The ordinance failed.
Okay, next item.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution expressing the board's desire to be good stewards of the city of Branson's finances and supporting the mayor to lead the effort to have sustainable budgets in the future. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
We have a motion and a second, and I will be providing the staff report on this. Do we have any exhibits, Chad?
No, we have no.
I don't believe I do, Mayor. Was there something you were expecting to be?
The resolution?
Are you want a copy of the resolution up? Is that what you're asking for? We can do that.
I trust all the board members have had an opportunity to review this resolution. Are there we go. So this is a resolution where the mayor is asking for the Board of Aldermen's support in primarily addressing achieving a sustainable 5-year balanced budget. I've said a few times in the past that when we look at a 5-year budget and in years 3, 4, and 5, we have $0 budgeted in, I believe Jamie and Stan will agree that when we approve those, what we're really doing is we're asking the next board that comes along to deal with the crisis because there's no money in the budget for those items that we know we're going to be spending. So I wanted to take a blank canvas and take a look at all the different aspects, initially focusing on increasing revenues. And so I'm just asking for the board's support in this resolution as we move forward. We'll be calling special budget and finance meetings in hopefully January, February, and allow us plenty of time to work through some possible changes before we get to the crunch time of forcing a budget at the end of the year. Are there any questions from anybody in the audience? Yes.
Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill. So it's the first I'm hearing about the resolution, but I think it's something that we all kind of have as our goal. Alderman Fenton, I wanted to kind of ask you a question real quick. During the discussion that we had about the increasing of staff funding and their salaries and pay raises, I really appreciate you kind of continuing to dig into that and trying to find out where can we find this, with the idea that we're not always going to have our reserves and we're going to have to basically, take the bullet and make these changes in the future. It's almost a guarantee that that you guys as a board are having to make to the citizens. So I think in this way, having a resolution like this might be good because it's sort of affirming that promise that I sort of heard you making when you kept pushing, okay, how can we do this even though it's going to take us making these sacrifices? So maybe you could address that and see if I was right in kind of conveying your words there.
Well, I appreciate that, Marshall. I serve on the Finance Committee, and I know we had multiple of these discussions, and I recall, very, very vividly the folks that serve on the Finance Committee, including the citizens like Michael who's here, and I appreciate you sacrificing your time and serving on that, and Pam and Rod and everybody and Jerry and everybody that's a citizen that does that. And I seem to recall we all strongly voiced our opinion that, we do want to work on this. We acknowledge it's not sustainable. Jamie, we all had that conversation. That the biggest, so I agree with everything the mayor's saying. For me personally, this resolution, when I read this, to me, it was a slap in the face to the finance department, to the finance committee, to the folks that serve on the finance committee that aren't elected to serve. I'm looking at Michael right now, and to me, this says, we don't trust you to do that job. We don't trust you to serve on the finance committee. We don't trust the finance department to do their job. So while I agree that the budget, as we looked at it this year, it's not sustainable going forward, I also can't ignore the fact that every one of us on that finance committee committed to doing what we were asked to do when we were appointed to that committee, or that all of us have committed as board members to find a solution to this. But I think that's what we have to trust the finance department and their expertise, because I don't understand government financing. I don't think any one of us up here understand it to the level you guys do. And I just have a lot of reservations, and I know I seconded the motion because I wanted to give some context and discuss this before it just, if it was going to fail, I didn't know, and I don't even know if that's what this means, but that's how I read it. I read it as, to the citizens and the folks that serve on the finance committee, to the folks that work in our finance department, to those of us who took an oath when we were sworn in to sit on this board, that we would be good stewards of the money, and we would do right by the citizens and what we were elected to do. To me, this just kind of undermines that, or I don't know, I just had a lot of pause with this. So Michael, you're here, and I'm looking at you to say thank you for serving on that committee. Thank you for making that commitment. And I make that commitment whether I vote in favor of this or not. I make that commitment to be a good steward and work with the committee and the finance department and this board to be good stewards and figure out that sustainable budget. I just have a lot of reservations about how this was presented. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, Marshall, but.
And I'll back Alderman Fenton with that, because I'm the same way. I also serve with that group, and I think in our meetings, we already know, we've already expressed the need to look for other revenue, to look for other avenues, and we've already, that was discussion at our last finance committee meeting, and we were all on board at that time. Starting in January, we really need to start looking at this, and that's the way I am too. I think we're already doing that, so I'm not sure what the purpose of this is.
Yeah, and the optics of this, I just saw it Thursday myself, so. I'm not on the finance committee, but I'm involved in it, and I have been. But expressing the board's desire, I just saw this Thursday. And a lot of times, none of this stuff should come to us a lot earlier than it does. It's drafted probably a couple times, and all of a sudden it gets sprung on us. It basically sounds like we're putting in writing of what we should be doing anyways. If someone is elected and they're up here, and they're not wanting to be a good steward of the city's financial situation, it doesn't make any sense to me at all to do this. That's what we're doing anyways.
Let me respond to some of those if I can. Alderman Denham, go ahead.
Well, I sit on the finance committee as well, and when you decide as a committee members to represent, this was decided on, and I believe this is just an affirmation of what we all decided as a whole. I don't, just like maybe there's a misunderstanding like earlier, not having the chart of account numbers, it's a basic confirmation and affirmation of what you've already decided on, and just putting it in black and white. And it makes it even stronger that, yes, as a group, we do support this. We do support being open with our finances. So I'm just affirming what the board decided as well. I think it's a good thing.
I'll address some of your questions. I don't think it's a secret that for many years, the city of Branson has not had a balanced budget, 5-year budget, with all the expenses put in. Do you guys agree with that? I'm getting a lot of blank looks. Jamie, would you share, in the past, the 5-year budgets I've seen have, I'm just going to use numbers, and I'm going to ask Jamie to explain this. In the first year, we have $600,000 allocated to X, capital improvements. The following year, we had $1.2 million allocated for capital improvements. Year 3, we have $0. Year 4, we have $0. Year 5, we have $0. So this board can choose to kick the can down the road again and not address our long-term financial needs, that something has to give. Or we can just choose to do nothing. This will come up at the next, who's ever on the next board, and they'll deal with this, quote, crisis. And then the next board will deal with the crisis, and so on. So all I'm trying to do is to show some leadership to say, I'm willing, and I'm wanting the board to be willing to look at the big picture and see if there's ways we can prevent future boards from having an annual financial crisis. Jamie, I'd love to hear your 2 cents.
My 2 cents on this matter is, with all due respect, and I mean that to the highest respect I can give, it was insulting to me and my department. And the reason why I say that, so if I may explain, is because we work very, very hard, and we've brought the budget many, many, many times before the finance committee, before this board. We've had many, many discussions. And in the past, I have brought a 5-year balanced for all of our major funds. And it may not have had everything we wanted. It may not have had the one-times. It may not have had all the capital. But that's a budget, and that's a budget how you would do your home budget or anything else. You have to make sure that your ongoing expenses are taken care of before you can do all those extra things. And I totally get that. So we have brought 5-year balanced budgets with 0 before the board. This year, we chose not to, because I wanted you all to see, yes, 2022 was balanced. But we made that decision internally because we wanted you all to see what we were up against and what the need was. And then the finance committee had some great conversations about, yeah, the idea is the departments have worked really hard and they can't cut expenditures anymore. It's just not sustainable. And with inflation and all those things, how do we achieve the goals moving forward? And the answer was, how about we have some extra meetings next year to come up with maybe revenue generators, or use our decision-making model that we use with our programs and all that, and find a way to those programs that don't do anything to meet the community needs that they've said to us in the community plan. If they don't score high and we make those hard decisions, cut those services, and reallocate those funds. We have ways that we have talked about that. So we have gone over and above what I think in the discussions and in the future plans of what we're doing. And I think everybody agreed to it. Everybody was reasonable. And there's already plans moving forward with, yeah, in January, let's have some extra meetings and let's move forward that. Maybe even get Pam and Michael and those, have a citizen committee and do all of that. So that has all been discussed, and we already did that in advance. So when I first saw this, I was taken back at the level of which, I already spoke to this earlier, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but at the level of which there seems to be no trust in our finance department. And that is the way I took it. And I stepped back for a minute to say, why? And the why was, okay, how many clean audits do we have to have? How many IRS audits? How many, all of these audits? S&P is a global company. And no, I don't have the auditors in my back pocket. And I can't have the auditors in my back pocket. And no, I can't have a global S&P company in my back pocket. Those things are not realistic. And I've read all of that in the paper. And I take a step back and to say, okay, this city is founded on truth. And the simplest thing in life is to tell the truth. The problem with that is sometimes the truth hurts. And we chose this year, it's not the finance department's job to work everything. It's our job to present to you what's reality. And what's reality is, sorry folks, we need more revenue. How we come to that needs to be in public discussion. But we brought it all for you and had extra meetings this year in an effort to be more transparent and more accountable. And all I read out there in the papers is, we're not transparent, we're not accountable. And that's false. And I'm sorry, I'm telling the public right now that that is completely untrue and it's false. And you can go back to audit reports and you can look and you can do all of those things. But this resolution, and you asked me my opinion, that's the only reason why I'm speaking on it. This resolution was a slap into the face to my ethics and to everything I stand for. But I stand here before you now because I love this city and I'm willing to do what it takes. And I'm willing to suck up all the nasty remarks that I read in the paper and everything else because for the sake of this city. So that's my 2 cents. That's the way I read it. I know where it came from. I know who created it. And so I just want to say to you all that if you all will have faith in what we do and what our finance committee does and everything we do, and not approve this resolution, just have simple faith in what we do, this next year you will see exactly the benefit that this staff is.
Okay,
That's
Jamie,
mine. I'm done.
If we can, real quick, let's clear the air. For you to feel like you were slapped in the face, and I heard a couple of aldermen refer to similar, I've heard you say many, many times, we don't have a sustainable budget. Is that true?
Absolutely true.
I've heard Stan say many, many times, we don't have a sustainable budget. So this is a great example of me not accusing your department of anything. We haven't been able to come up with a sustainable budget. What I would like to do is to help facilitate all of us working together to see what we can do to create a sustainable budget. I don't know why that is so personal to you. I'm not attacking. I'm not saying you're not doing a good job. I'm saying these problems are bigger than just the financial world's department of looking at just the numbers. I think it's a bigger picture. I like to put everything on the table.
Sure. I read the word unfettered, Mayor. I believe that you wrote that or someone else wrote that.
I wrote that.
Okay. What does unfettered mean to you?
That I would be provided with any and all information, that it is, other than DOR, right, things that are illegal. But, so the word unfettered was offending.
The word unfettered was completely offending. And why that is because we bring you everything before the Finance Committee. I even tell you every month how to check me. I show you all the cash in the bank. I show you how to tie out the income statement to the balance sheet, to the cash, and to check me. I tell y'all that in the Finance Committee every time. So the word unfettered, to me, implied that I haven't completely been transparent in our finances and put everything out on the table, and that there's something left undone or that you all haven't seen. So as a finance professional, I have a master's degree in finance and 20 years of experience. As a finance professional, you say that word to anyone and you see their reaction. It's not me being sensitive, because we've been through a lot, all of us have together. But that word unfettered was completely offensive to me, because that's what it implied. And so whether or not that was your intent of that word, that's what that word means. And I need to clear the air, as you said, to make sure that this board and this community knows that I have told y'all many times how to check me. And if there's something off, ask me, because I'm not perfect and nobody is. We make mistakes.
Sure.
And we'll be the first ones to own up to it. But that was why I took such high offense to it, because of that word. So, I mean, you asked me to come and speak on it.
Absolutely,
And so
Jamie.
that's why I'm speaking on it
Thank you.
tonight.
So then I think what I'll do is maybe I'll make a motion to remove the word unfettered, because it surely wasn't intended to be any, however it was taken. But you know, I need to say in the same breath, I've heard you say and I've heard Stan say that every month the finance department gets to go through all city finances. And I struggle. For example, I don't know that there's a finance committee member or a member of this board who understands our investment accounts. How many do we have? Is there more than one? What money goes into those accounts and from where? What money comes out of those accounts and where does it go into? What are those investments, what are they invested in? I don't think we have any information of our investment accounts.
Those are on the cash by fund reports at the bottom. However, I did tell you that in January, I would put together a spreadsheet to try to be more detailed about that. But those cash by fund reports that we present to you that shows the cash in and outs, it has the investments at the bottom.
Jamie, I am not picking, I'm not
I
pointing the
get
finger.
that.
I'm not saying you're doing a bad job.
I understand that.
I'm saying as a group, we have been unable to come up with a balanced budget long-term. And as a group, I would like us to bite the bullet. It's no different than Congress kicking the can down the road on Social Security. They know it's not going to last. They will tell you this is not going to last. But what elected politician wants to say, well, there's going to be some pain in trying to fix this, right? So instead of each board, each year, having a, quote, crisis in front of us because we haven't had the funds to balance, I'm looking at this as a healthy approach to try to get us online. And to hear the alderman over here, I got to tell you, I'm surprised that, and I don't think they're doing it maliciously. I think we all want a 5-year balanced budget. It's not your department's responsibility to say, guys, here's how you can do it. I think it's a bigger picture. I think we need input from a lot of people to look at every single line item. And I think that's more in the lines of a questioning, not a accusation.
Well, don't you think that would be an internal process at the Finance Committee that we've already all agreed to, rather than have it a public announcement that y'all need to take over what we're already doing? I think that's the way that we looked at it. And I think we're having a conversation, and it may be a healthy conversation, however you and I both take it. But I think we could have done this offline and had this discussion rather than airing it out publicly and having to have a resolution to affirm things that we have already proved that we have done. The 5-year budget, I totally get that. I'm the one that brought it to you all with concern. But I think it could have been done in a different manner to not cause the public concern that what we're doing financially is not clear and accurate. And I hope you understand, coming from my perspective, this is our profession and this is our city too. And when we read that, that was very concerning to us.
Can I interject something in here? And I appreciate that. I do understand the mayor wants to be tougher and thorough. I think we all do. I don't see it as an either-or type of situation. I got to get the microphone a little closer, don't I, Ms. Clerk? I don't see it needing to be a resolution. I see it as something that the mayor and the board state very strongly and participate in the finance committee meetings. We go to those. I'm not on it, but I went to it last time because Cody couldn't be here. I wanted to provide some sort of continuity. I've served on it before. I've got 41 years of examining governmental budgets, and no, Mayor, I haven't learned all of it yet. I have to lean on them. But I think it is the charge the mayor and the board give to the finance committee and guidelines. We want them to do these things. And at the same time, that group will ask you all to provide reports. I think we already have the capabilities and the abilities to do this, and I do trust that you would do this. I don't see a need for a resolution. I see a very strongly worded statement coming out of this meeting tonight to the Finance Committee and the staff that we want this stuff looked at very strongly, and the mayor will say that probably at every one of the Finance Committee meetings going forward. We do support transparency, and we have not been ignoring the issue of revenues as the mayor and Clay and I met with Representative Moon's people and Representative Seitz and Gail Meyer to have a healthy discussion. And I got a call back from Senator Moon's office that felt it was quite constructive. I think we raised some issues to them they really didn't get, like, why did you vote for yourself to take some of that Wayfair money, but you didn't allow us? I think that's moronic, but that's what I think. But I think with the mayor leading these meetings and strongly reiterating on an ongoing basis that we need to look long-term because, hey, guys, I told you before, we had these discussions 20 years ago. That's why that thing got built there, and that's why that Branson North project got built. But we are going to have to deal with the issue of revenues, and the issue of revenues is going to have to be, sooner or later, what are we going to do on the ticket resellers situation? That's a complex issue. My suggestion to both of them were to hold hearings and get all sides, because I think they were looking for just a blanket resolution or solution of it. I looked at the mayor, and he looked at me. You guys have to hold a meeting, and we will be glad to attend. But the issue of dealing with Wayfair is long past due time, because that was one of the reasons why that sank the Engler block in this town, was the internet competition where people paid no tax, and it hurt small business. And for somebody to say, well, we don't want it discussed about leveling the playing field, well, let me tell you something. Level the playing field. If they've ever been on that side of retail and have lost 27 shops and 3 restaurants, they want that field leveled. Mr. Mayor, I do appreciate the direction you're going with that. I don't think we need a resolution for it, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, just from what I said earlier, I was at that last finance committee, and basically what we're talking about here, I thought we all left that finance committee meeting saying, yes, we're going to have more meetings. We know we need to take this by the horns.
And so I think we've all, even this evening, admitted we don't understand governmental accounting, municipal accounting. So to me, and you know, when you ran, you said the city's got a spending problem. And I don't know if you still attest to that and stand by that, but I hope by now you realize we have a revenue problem. So we don't understand governmental accounting. You know, initially when you ran, you didn't know what our problem was as far as our expenses. So take that third column there with unfettered access and convince me that you would be able to do anything different than we're already doing.
Jeff, I'll take that as a challenge, and I'm surprised you're bringing up anything about the upcoming election in this discussion. I'll accept a motion to strike the word unfettered.
Could we point that word out in the resolution, please?
Mr. Mayor, real quick, I've already removed that word unfettered when this went through the legal
Oh.
approval approved to form, and I just want to clarify something that Alderman Skanes said, so the board has complete and full information about how the city operates. Mr. Skanes said just a second ago that we have the capabilities and abilities to do this already, okay? I want to point out that we have in municipal code right now, section 2-63. That already allows for this board to call special meetings on any topic that they want. It says, and I quote, "Special meetings may be scheduled when the mayor and any 2 members of the board call a special meeting." So you already have a vehicle to call a special meeting as reflected in this resolution. Secondary, through your city administrator, you already have the ability to gain access to financial information. So those are the 2 big prongs, as I read this resolution and approved it, that I think you are ultimately after. So those vehicles are already in our city code. And in fairness to our finance director and some of the questions that she has received today, this board also, under section 2-63, has the ability, and this is subsection B, to call what are called pre-sessions. What a pre-session is, it says pre-sessions may be scheduled to brief the board on items included on the agenda. So all of these topics we have talked about up to this point are already present in our city code. They just need to be exercised by the appropriate parties on the board. I'm just giving you that from a legal perspective.
Thank you, Chris. So the word unfettered has been removed. I'm taking the position that Chris just said legally, the mayor and the board already have these rights to do this. For the board to deny reducing it to writing, just saying we support the mayor and yes, we want to go aggressively attack our 5-year budget plan, quite honestly surprises me. So
I think that's completely unfair, though, because you have an entire department that just said they were offended by this. We've got a citizen who serves on our committee, and he hasn't come up to speak, but for those who aren't here, he's nodding his head in agreement that as a person that serves on that committee, he was offended by this. So I agree conceptually, but I just can't vote for something that has that connotation to it. So, I mean, this is a no-win situation, because if I vote it down, it looks like I don't support this and support, but then if I vote yes, then it's, an insult to the folks who serve on the committee with us and the folks in this department. So I think that's very, very unfair to characterize this. If we don't commit this to writing, then we don't support this. So that's all I have to say.
Well, I'm a little surprised to hear everybody's had all these conversations about this resolution, and I wasn't involved with any of those conversations.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call for the question. We've talked this thing to
Yeah.
death, buddy, really.
Okay, so, yeah, to move on for the meeting, we have a first and second. Let's vote.
Waiting.
I do support you cracking the bill, though. You didn't vote that way.
Well, I don't have
The
to.
resolution
We
was-
don't need a resolution for
The
that.
resolution was defeated. Alderman Denham voted yes, Alderman Skanes voted no, Alderman Fenton voted no, Alderman Whitus voted no, Alderman C voted no.
Very nice. Next item, please.
Jamie, are you going to take up residency up here tonight?
We're moving on to item, I'm sorry, let me click that through. Item 25, because we already did item 24 earlier. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6109, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the general fund for the payment of additional legal expenses. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6109.
Have a motion and a second, and a staff report from,
I'll go ahead and speak on this
Chris,
one, Mr. Mayor, since this directly affects my line items. As you recall from the Finance Committee meeting, an ask was made to increase our legal expenses for this year. I'm looking at Alderman Fenton, and he can probably attest a little bit to how legal has kind of ballooned this year nationwide. what has happened is when COVID-19 hit this state last year, it basically froze all litigation in the state, okay? So most hearings, most evidentiary things, it just shut it down. So my budget was I came way under budget last year because pending litigation, and I don't want to get in the details of litigation because this board has not given me the permission to talk about that, was put on ice, okay? One such example is our Compton fuel spill case, okay? That involves the petroleum storage insurance fund, okay? That was frozen. With the COVID kind of coming to this point we are today, our courts have started to open back up and litigation has ramped back up. So those funds that were earmarked last year for litigation are now coming due now because we're starting to see these cases move and move at breakneck speed because our judiciary wants these cases moved, not just speaking about the city of Branson, but statewide. So we have that stressor as far as the city is concerned. The second stressor is we have a couple new pieces of litigation this year, okay? And we also have some discussions with our fire union that's causing an expense on the city. So those two things have resulted in what we are here today. So what I'm asking this board to do through Ms. Roush and the Finance Committee is approve a budget amendment so that we can basically pay our bills for the litigation that we are currently involved in. We're coming close to the resolution on a couple of those items, but I don't want to be in a situation where we can't bring them to a closure. So I'm asking the board today to approve this budget amendment so that we can pay our outside counsel that we use. I'm further asking this board, if the board does decide to approve this, to allow for a double read. Again, we're coming towards the end of the year. Outside counsel wants to close out their books. The city wants to close out their books with regards to that so we can reboot the clock January 1st. Happy to answer any questions best I can.
So Chris, just for clarity, this amount is for just outside counsel?
Yes.
Additional outside counsel?
Yeah, as this board's aware, originally when I came to the city in 2018, we were actually budgeted for 2 attorney positions. I made the decision in that time to pare it down to 1 attorney position. We as I think Mr. Manning can talk about surging in the military, we surge at times. I can handle that surge, but from time to time, we have heavy cases that come into the city, and I need to rely on the expertise of outside counsel. One such example is our use of Mr. Douglas and Sid and Gilmore Bell, which is a 49-attorney national municipal law firm, when they crafted that budget amendment for purposes of the employee stipends. So again, we use outside counsel when it's necessary. I try to handle the routine day-to-day business of the city to keep our contracts flowing, keep our municipal court going.
Sure. Jamie, do you have anything to add?
The budget amendments in the amount of $105,000 will be coming from the general fund, and we do recommend approval. Thank you.
Any questions from members of the audience? Questions from the board?
Yes, sir. If I get this right, Chris, we sort of had a hiatus in 2020 and there wasn't a lot of expenditure. That all bundled up and it just rolling out in 2021 is really why we're faced with this type of situation.
Correct. Attorneys aren't cheap, and this is starting to snowball.
That's the
this year.
improper use of the word cheap, inexpensive.
Excuse me.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Well, I just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know sometimes there is a little bit of having to get outside counsel for certain cases that went through that didn't really need to have outside counsel. Sometimes maybe a little bit frivolous, and being careful with our dollars is very
Was
important.
the accusation that I've been sending
No, it just
cases to
seems-
outside counsel that are frivolous?
No,
Because I
just-
take offense at that, Alderwoman.
I've just had comments from people. I'm not going to bring up names or anything. It's not my opinion, it's theirs. So that, I just thought I'd bring that up.
Any other questions, comments from the board?
Not here, buddy.
Let's vote.
That motion carried 4-1. Alderman Denham voted no. Alderman Gaines voted yes. Alderman Benton voted yes. Alderman Whitus voted yes. Alderman C voted yes.
Jamie, I see you on the next, can we get you a chair?
No, I'm good, thank
You
you.
have several items here.
I do. but
Jamie,
thank-
I do need a double read on this if the board is.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'd like
I
to
forgot
move
about
to
that. I'm sorry.
do a double read on this. What's the item number?
I have no idea.
6109.
6109 for a double read.
Second.
Can we, we're asking for a final reading. I'm just want to make sure my motion is clear. It's not, so we're having, I have a floor open for a motion to read Bill number 6109 for its final reading.
its final reading,
I just want to make sure we're good. Is that fine as for the motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from members of the audience? Questions from the board? Let's vote. We're voting on to have a second and final reading.
That motion carried 4-1. Alderman Denham voted no. Alderman Gaines voted yes. Alderman Fenton voted yes. Alderman Whitus voted yes. And Alderman C voted yes.
So, Madam Clerk, can we hear the final reading?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6109, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the general fund for the payment of additional legal expenses. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 6109.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from members of the audience? Comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 4-1. Alderman Denham voted no. Alderman Gaines voted yes. Alderman Fenton voted yes. Alderman Whitus voted yes. Alderman C voted yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill number 6110, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6110.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Jamie, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. This is another budget amendment, and we're bringing these before you because we're already started our year-end process, and so typically in December, you will see more than you would throughout the year. But one of the things I want to say is you got your public safety funds for the police department. All of these have already gone to the Finance Committee. Just for your information, this budget amendment is needed because of the ongoing criminal investigations. Wasn't anticipated, obviously, and there was an increased amount of cost for this budget amendment. It's in the amount of $30,000, and that will be coming from the police fund. The next one is the fire department. This is the budget amendment, and during the budget process, if you recall, we talked about moving $1.5 million in '21 to the internal service fund, and then another $1.5 in '22. The intent was to pay cash to build up the fund to pay cash for the fire station. That's what that is to move the money from the operating fund for the fire department to the internal service fund to continue to build that up. The next one is we've had a couple of emergency purchases for water and sewer, and I know he spoke to this on the Finance Committee, and he already said that if you want the technical details, he would be willing to speak on that, but we had a couple of emergency purchases for the water sewer, and that was for the small capital was $10,654. There was another one for $24,702, and then there was a third one for $13,559. And the two of them, the $24,702 was some kind of a pump, so he can talk to y'all about that. And then the mixer, and then 2 dissolved oxygen systems, which I have no idea what those are, but he'll be better informed for you. But I know the dollars and cents. So those are the budget amendments to account for all of those. And then the last one on my list was for, this is for the HDR final engineering for the Compton flood wall. And so this is about $699,225. And this is for the final phase for the engineering, design, and construction. And one thing I will note is that that is covered by the grant. So it's a housekeeping and it's an accounting where we have to account for moving it for the proper funds and all of that. But that one is accounted for through that $10.7 million grant that we got approved through CDBG and all of those things. So that is those various funds and those budget amendments in a nutshell. And I'm happy to help try and explain some of those, or you can help the expertise. Come on up here.
Jamie, with the water and sewer, there's two figures of the 699. One's out of the capital funds, one's out of the tourism fund. Are both of those covered in the grant?
So, yes, sir. So what happens is, if you see the 145 and you see the positive and the negative, so this goes back to what our discussion earlier was about those account numbers. If you look at that one, the water sewer 145 fund, what we're doing is we're transferring it out of the 240 fund, those three, which is your tourism. We're taking that money, we're transferring it out of tourism, and we're accounting for it in the large capital fund to build that project. So the 240 is the tourism, and that's your expense. And you can see you're drawing down the fund balance there. And then that 145, you can see that the three digits, the 145, 5010, the 5010 tells us your cost center, so that's an engineering cost center. The 510, the next three digits, tells you your account, so that's your expense account. The 500s are your expense accounts. And so that's how we account for the expense. And then the next line item, the 145 is your fund, that's your large capital. The next four digits, that's a revenue. You don't have cost centers for those. And then the 499 is a revenue account. So basically it's a transfer in. So you have a transfer out of tourism that draws down your fund balance. And then you have a transfer in to the large capital that accounts for your revenue. And then it also turns around and accounts for the expense to do the work.
Okay, so it's a one-time fee of $699 that's covered under the
It's
grant.
one time, and it just shows you the ins and outs of the various funds.
Fair enough. Any questions from members of the audience? Questions from the board?
Just a couple, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be kind of smart alecky with this question. With Empire wanting to raise the dam up an additional 2 feet, I don't know whether that $699 is going to cover any type of other modification that might have to come down. Like I know whenever it gets to flood stage, I can't get a straight answer out of those people, guys. If you ask them a question, it's all very nebulous. A lot of obfuscation. Well, it may raise it 2 inches. If you raise the dam 2 feet, there's going to be some extra water somewhere. And my question would be, have we thought that process through? Because I thought at the last finance committee meeting there may be some messing around with that number. Second thing, the issue with the police fund itself, I didn't really catch all of what was said. Was that because of
There's an ongoing criminal investigation.
homicides? Okay, I get you now.
That was unanticipated and unexpected.
Okay. And the fire station thing, we had that discussion in the Public Safety Committee meeting the other day. Fully support that. If you could address that issue of the Compton project, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. So the reason why we're requesting the budget amendment so late in the year is because we are trying to squeeze in a hydraulic study of the lake because of that potential of that request from Liberty. So we've got to meet I think it's a January 5th comment requirement from FERC. So they have a cutoff date of January 5th for public comments towards that. So we want to put our engineer to work with this study to help us get a better understanding so that we can formulate a proper comment letter to FERC, and whether, obviously, against the rise of the lake. So.
Thank you for covering the city on that. I appreciate that comment.
And, excuse me, Kendall, before you leave, there'll be public meetings, public comment meetings on the potential raising of retaining
From my understanding, and maybe, I don't see Chris over there, but that there would be an opportunity between now and January 5th to provide a public comment letter to those that are affected by this potential request from Liberty Utilities. So I don't know how they publicize that. We had found out through a attorney of an attorney of attorney, I guess, of the request, and that's when we started digging into it and found out what was going on, and that's when we started talking with our engineer on a project to see how it's going to affect it. So.
Okay, just for your information, my residence is on Taneycomo, and I have a business on Taneycomo, and I haven't heard a peep. And January 5th is 3 weeks.
We hadn't
away.
either.
I made contact with FERC and their attorney up there, and I supplied that over to Stan and to Chris, and what I got out of it, maybe that they're just going to accept written comments, and I didn't see anything built into their process that would allow for a meeting like we've had here in this office before when they talked about rate increases.
Mr. Mayor, we have not
Yep.
either, and we have contacted them as well. We're going to draft our letter quickly, but we need the data from this study to compose it.
We don't want you swimming down there.
Are there any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Jamie, did we need a double read on this one too, or is it?
Yes, I'm being told, yes, we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I move to read bill number 6110 for its final reading due to the year-end logistics and with this meeting especially coming up on the January 5th meeting.
Can I get a motion and a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion.
We have a motion and a
There you go,
second.
thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any input from anybody in the audience? Comments from the board? We're voting to have the final reading. So let's vote, please.
That motion carried 5-0.
So now we'll need to read it for the final reading, please.
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6110, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6110.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from anybody in the audience? Comments from the board?
Question, just real quick. Are these the last Mohicans for the end of the year for obligations to actual level or de-obligations down to actual level of funding and performance?
We have until they start field work. So as, if we find more, the idea is to, before the auditors do field work, to find it and bring it before you.
Do you
But we
feel-
try to get started
You
early.
feel there'll be a flurry of these in January?
We hope not, no.
Yeah, me too.
I would hope not.
Did you say flurry?
Flurry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the final read. I've asked the audience, I've asked the board. Anybody other than Bill Skanes would like to comment?
That's correct, sir.
Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6111, an ordinance amending the adopted 2020 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in a tourism fund for a payment of the Branson, Missouri Regional Airport TDD. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6111.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Jamie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is a budget amendment to account for the Branson Airport invoice. And I would like to share that this is for the time period from January 1 through the end of June. This goes along according with our pay for performance agreement that we have with the airport for $8.24 per inbound passenger. They do give us the reports, and those are from I believe the Department of Transportation, and so 2,731 inbound passengers during that time period for a total of $22,503. And just to give you some insight on comparables, in 2019, for the same time period, it was approximately 48,000. And also, obviously, it's an airport, so 2020, it was 6,500, and now it's 22,000. So this is a budget amendment to account for those dollars so that we can pay it per our pay for performance agreement, and staff recommends approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from members of the audience? Comments from the board? I have a question. Attorney LeBeck, I know this is a pay for performance contract, and I was, I guess, on the periphery of when all this was being discussed and negotiated and fought over. Is there any room in that contract for reconsideration, renegotiation, anything of that nature?
I won't be able to comfortably answer that question accurately right now without a full review of that contract, so I will need to get back to you on that answer.
Appreciate that. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Excuse me.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6112, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Taney County Health Department for Public Health Services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6112.
We have a motion and a second and a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is the this is the fourth renewal of the current contract with the Taney County Health Department. And I will note during the budget and during the budget discussions, we did vote to reduce this by $50,000. So this is the fourth renewal of the fourth and final renewal of the current health department contract, but we did reduce it to $130,000 instead of the previous $180,000, and it's been agreed to by both parties. And Lisa's here to answer any other questions.
Hi, Lisa. You've heard the staff report. Is there any questions or comments from members of the audience for Jamie or Lisa? Any board members have questions for Jamie or Lisa?
Just one real quick. God, it's getting on in the evening. How to pose this question, first of all. If we do find that we have more money moving forward into the first and second quarter of next year, we do have the ability to modify this agreement to add it back in so we don't lose that position in the third and fourth quarter of next year?
Well, for this year, yes, Alderman, I'm going to answer since it deals with the contract. If you review what's behind item number 28, the amendment, or the contract renewal, you will notice we've already made an amendment to it. We caught a Scrivener's error in the original contract that was signed and executed, 3 or 4 years ago. So we do have that opportunity. As long as Director Marshall's willing, we can always provide a amendment to accommodate whatever the board's desire is.
Thank you, Chris.
Lisa, did you want to share something?
So, we discussed this with our board at the Taney County Health Department. It is something that we can sustain for this coming year, but after that, it's not something that can be sustainable. So we did, make the finance director aware of that. So that's kind of where we're sitting at the moment. We can do this for 1 year. However, next year is something we'll have to look at very seriously.
Okay, so the level of service the city of Branson will receive from Taney County Health will be the same as we've been receiving
Through this year, yes.
through 2022.
Yes, 22, excuse
Yeah.
me.
And then after that, we need to talk. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Just one last one while you're there. Has the county made available to you any money to assist you at the COVID funding that might help this year?
So we received COVID funding, goodness, my years are all running together with the last rounds. And of course, that helped with the COVID efforts that took place in 2020. So to point this year, we have not had to ask for that. And of course, with those funds, they're restricted solely to COVID work. So we've been fortunate that we have received some additional contracts through the state health departments that have helped aid us in our work.
Thank you.
And that's, of course, specific to COVID work only.
Any other questions, members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you, Lisa.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6113, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Resource X for access to online fiscal health and priority-based budgeting computer applications. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6113.
This came through budget and finance.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. Just to give you a little bit of background, Resource X is our priority-based budgeting module, and it is a decision-making module, and this is how we are able to define your programs and the cost of your programs, and it's going to be vitally important for 2022 to help assist in the efforts of looking at revenues and expenditures and all of those kind of things. So this is the final, they were able to fix that rate a few years ago, and this is the final renewal for the fixed rate, and then looking to renegotiate for next year. Staff does recommend approval. Thank you.
And Jamie, that's $25,000 annual.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
For the staff report, any questions from members of the audience? Questions from the board?
Just to make a statement, this also came out of budget and finance recommendation, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6114, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a master tax exempt lease purchase agreement and property Schedule 1 in connection with the lease purchase financing of a fire engine for the city and approving certain documents and actions connection therewith. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6114.
We have a motion and a second, a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. To summarize this is the lease purchase for the fire truck, the financing. The fire truck is not to exceed $1.1 million. Just to let you all know, this is a three-year annual lease purchase, and one of the things I wanted to tell you was this is 1.7%, and that is a great rate. We did search locally, and we had 5 other banks offer. This was the cheapest rate that we could get. So for a total interest of about $23,000, one of the things I want to note is when we do it this way, we are able to pay the vendor up front in cash, and as doing that, we're getting a discount, and this year it's going to be about a $26,000 discount. So if you look at it as the $26,000 discount because we're funding it all on the front, and our interest is $23,000, so that discount's taking care of the interest and even cutting a few thousand off of the price of the fire truck. So this was a really good deal, really low interest rate, and we're happy to bring this before you.
So we'll be paying basically principal payments.
Pretty much,
Yep.
yes, sir.
Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board?
Just promise that we have made 3 years ago to modernize. Thank you, Ted, and staff, whoever went out and negotiated this deal. Just another one of the promises that we have fulfilled when we passed the public safety tax, and thank you guys again.
Any other questions from the board?
Chief, I just have one request. When we get this, I want to go for a spin in it.
But not with you driving. We'd rather have a professional.
I'll drive.
We'll put Cody on top. He can hang on to a hose.
You can make the siren noise.
Any, wear a hat. Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Can we have a double reading on that?
Your Honor, I move
Ted will explain, sorry.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6114 for its final reading due to what I believe was the savings on the paying that up front. So.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this? Anybody on the board? We'll be voting on to have the second and final reading. Let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for the final read?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6114, an ordinance authorizing execution and delivery of a master tax exempt lease purchase agreement and property schedule 1 in connection with the lease purchase financing of a fire engine for the city and approving certain documents and actions in connection therewith. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 6114.
Motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Any comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill number 6115, an ordinance approving the contract with McQueen Emergency for the purchase of a 2022 Pierce Rescue Engine and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6115.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Mr. Ted Martin.
Thank you, Mayor and the board. On that previous item, just thanks to Jamie and her staff, they worked hard to lock that rate in, and the value of having that double read tonight locks it in tomorrow. So we're moving forward. Utilizing the resources of the Houston-Galveston Area Council cooperative bid process, the fire department recommends the purchase of a 2022 Pierce Velocity heavy-duty rescue engine for the price not to exceed of $1.1 million. The estimated sale price for rescue pumper is $969,790,000 from the vendor. The remaining funds will be used for possible commodity price increases that we expect prior to construction and for additional rescue equipment to be placed in this apparatus. I'd like to draw your attention to some of the pricing on the second page of that report. Director Roush brought up, but back to the credit of that department, to Ryan and Stacy and Jamie. The list price for the engine is $1,018,623,000, and it's a rescue engine, it's not just a fire engine. By using the HGAC discount or pricing, which is a cooperative purchase, that's a $9,698 savings using that. By being a previous customer of Pierce and McQueen, it's a $12,500 savings. And then the prepayment option that Director Roush brought in is a $26,635 savings, so $48,833 in savings through the finance department work to make this thing happen tonight. Staff recommends the purchase of the rescue engine from the qualified vendor McQueen Emergency by utilizing the purchasing power supported by HGAC cooperative bidding. This rescue engine will replace a 14-year-old pumper that will be replaced in reserve status. The current 23-year-old reserve pumper will be sold as surplus. We try to run a 10 and a 20-year model. 10 years frontline, 20 years to reserve status. The Pierce Velocity Rescue Pump will be designed similar to Rescue Engine 3 with a focus on 4 target goals of firefighter safety, equipped with additional fire rescue equipment, meeting our service delivery expectations, provide resources that complement or assist our current staffing levels, and service and repairs after the sale have been stellar from this company. The rescue engine, let me go back, some credit to Captain Clark Bogle. We have an internal team that has worked with the vendor to design this apparatus, and they've spent hours making this happen. The rescue engine will be purchased using a lease purchase program from a lending institution selected through cooperative bidding. The new rescue engine will be built in Appleton, Wisconsin, and the city can expect delivery within about 18 months. McQueen is located in St. Louis and will be the service provider, and again, we've had great service from them after the sale on the last apparatus. This item has also been reviewed by the Finance Department. Staff recommends approval and a second read to meet a time to get the contract done before the end of the year and to reduce the risk of commodity price increasing, which could be a 10% increase or $90,000 increase if we don't get it done today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from members of the audience? Questions or comments from the board? Bill?
No, I just take it back to the promise that we have made over and over and over with the public safety. This is exactly what we were going to wind up doing. Politicking.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to have Bill 6115 to have the final reading this evening.
Okay. We have a motion for a final reading. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for to have a final reading. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, we're going to vote to approve a second reading for this bill. Let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6115, an ordinance approving the contract with McQueen Emergency for the purchase of a 2022 Pierce Rescue Engine and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6115.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6116, an ordinance approving the contract with Highway Safety Solutions for guardrail repair and replacement in various locations and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6116.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Keith Francis.
Mayor, members of the board, good evening. This is our yearly guardrail contract for our maintenance around the city in various locations. This year, we're utilizing the cooperative bidding process again with the city of Springfield. They obtained bids on September 22nd of 21 for the guardrail installation and repairs. Funds were approved in the 2022 Public Works Division Transportation budget to cover this purchase. This is in the amount of $18,000 from the date of execution through October 2nd of 22. Staff recommends approval, and we're glad to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the audience? Questions or comments from the board? Good job, Keith. Let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill number 6117, an ordinance approving the contract with HDR Engineering Incorporated for the final design and engineering of the Compton Drive flood wall and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill number 6117.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Kendall. Hello, Kendall.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. The Utilities Department is requesting approval for the final design and engineering of the Compton Drive flood wall. On August 26, 2021, the Finance Committee approved proceeding forward with HDR Engineering negotiations for the final engineering and construction support of Phase 3 and 4 of the Compton Drive flood wall. HDR submitted a contract price for the final engineering and construction support services in an amount of $699,225. This price includes project management, data collections, and final construction documents, and includes support for the bid and construction phases. A modification to the scope was made with the addition of a hydrologic study for the potential elevation rise request of Lake Taneycomo made by Liberty Utilities. Additional project phase cost is provided in the detailed analysis here. We are requesting approval and a double read of this item in order to meet time constraints pertaining to the FERC response letter deadline on January 5th of 2022. Funds for the project would be paid for through the Tourism Fund and reimbursed with CDBG grant funds. Phase 3 final engineering total cost is $471,375. $27,700 is part of that is the hydraulic study that's needed. And then Phase 4 would be the construction support service for a total cost of $227,850, which also includes a on-site resident inspector during construction of $144,000, which totals out to the $699,000. Estimated construction cost was back in April through our preliminary engineering design was $12,890,950. That included a 5% contingency. Estimated engineering cost at that time was $1,487,417. Actual to date, Phase 1 feasibility study was $98,860. Phase 2 preliminary design was $434,393. And with these costs, with this contract would be Phase 3 and 4 would be $699,225 for a total of $1.2 million, $1,232,478. Coming in under budget of what was originally estimated, which is 9.5% of construction costs, so it falls within that 8 to 10% range that we like to see for total engineering costs for the Compton project.
Kendall, your last figure was 1.2 million?
Correct, $1,232,478.
Okay, then before that, did you say there was what the total final cost is estimated to be?
$12,890,950.
Okay, so that includes all these items below?
Yes.
Thank you. Any members of the audience have questions or comments? Members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
And again, we're asking for a double read, please.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6117 for its final reading due to the time constraints and the January 5th letter deadline.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board? We're voting to approve a second read. Please vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Councilman Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this final read, please?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6117, an ordinance approving the contract with HDR Engineering Incorporated for the final design and engineering of the Compton Drive flood wall and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 6117. Oh, sorry. Try that over. How about this first? Thank you.
We have a motion and a second
They're so fast.
for the final reading. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, we're voting on the final reading.
Thank you. That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill number 6118, an ordinance approving the annual utilities contract for water and wastewater treatment operation chemicals and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6118.
We have a motion, a second, and a staff report from Kendall.
Utilities is requesting approval of 4 chemical contracts for the annual water and wastewater treatment operations. Due to the increase in costs, none of the of our existing contract or chemical company contracts opted to renew their previous contracts. 7 company bids were received in September. For the purchase of the operational chemicals for use in the city's water and wastewater treatment processes. If approved, all the contracts will be the original term with the option to extend the contract for up to 3 additional successive one-year terms. Contract terms require the vendor to maintain the original unit prices or a lower price, unit price, if the renewal is desired. Funds were budgeted in the proposed 2022 utilities operational budget using previous historical cost. However, due to the coronavirus pandemic, pricing has increased significantly. In 2022, utilities will have to bring before the board a budget adjustment to accommodate for the cost increase once budgeted funds have been spent. So a detailed breakdown. Originally in 2022, we had budgeted for $160,000. Total for 2022, not to exceed contract amount, would be $315,120. So with that, it depends upon the consumption of water and how much water we have to treat, both on the front end with clean drinking water and on the back end with the sewer treatment. The potential budget adjustment could range between $80,000 to $162,000, depending on historical usage, or based on historical past budgets. As far as contract goes, we have the 4 contracts, like I said before you. One is with Brentag, Mid-South, and that is for our chlorine gas, which is in our 1-ton and 150-pound cylinders. That is used both in water and wastewater treatment, or sulfur dioxide, which is used in our wastewater treatment plant for Compton Drive as a dechlorination chemical. And then also we have hydrogen peroxide and granular chlorine that we use for disinfection of the treatment process and cleaning of filters. That Brentag contract, a total cost not to exceed $96,120. Affinity Chemicals they were the lowest bid for aluminum sulfate in a liquid bulk used in the wastewater treatment process for phosphorus removal. Total cost not to exceed $119,000. Univar is a contract for a hydrofluoric acid, which we use in our water treatment process to supplement fluoride. Total not to exceed $20,000. And then Chemtrade Chemicals, would be for the water treatment coagulant, Hyperon 1090, which is used for the separation of sediment and reduction of total organic carbon in the drinking water purification process. And that total is not to exceed $80,000. At this point, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any members of the audience have any questions or comments? Other than Bill Skanes, any members of the board?
Absolutely. Put your looking glass on. Long-term, what studies, what have we looked at to see whether these prices may diminish or decrease over time? Because surely we're at a high point with all this.
Yeah, so our biggest contributors to the price increase is chlorine gas. Chlorine gas went from 26 cents per pound to $1.05 per pound. So that's a significant cost increase. And that's mainly due to supply and demand, the ability to produce the gas. Obviously, people are faced with the same situation we're faced with, shortage of workers, material acquisitions, things like that of nature that's causing the pricing to go up. I really haven't found any information out there that says when there's going to be an end to the price increase at this point. I think it's a national issue that has to be addressed, but cost increases have went up across the board for materials, period.
Does the contract take into effect a diminishing market in the long term, or are we tied to a specific price?
We'll be tied for this specific price for 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Following up on that, so I know we're signing the contract now with one-year renewals. Prices come back down.
Yeah, so that's something as staff that we would watch for that. Again, we would assess the market and where costs are at, and then at that time, we'd either recommend renewing the contract or bringing a new contract, going out for bid again to get the best pricing at that time. So we'll definitely watch for that through next year and be mindful of that as well.
Thank you. Any members of the audience have questions or comments? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. Thank you very much, Kendall.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is first reading Bill Number 6119, an ordinance to approve the 2022 employee pay plan. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading Bill Number 6119.
We have a motion and a second. We get a staff report from Jan Fisher.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor and members of the board, what we're bringing tonight is a pay plan for 2022. It is not the enhanced pay plan that we had presented to the board earlier at the budget meetings and at the HR committee meetings. This is simply an increase in our current structure as we have right now. We currently have about 12 employees who have currently hit the cap of all levels of their compensation bands. And as such, what we want to do is expand those and blow out the top, if you will, of the pay bands for each of the categories of our classifications of our pay structure. It's unfortunate with respect to the timing of this. We discovered all of these things occurred after the last HR committee meeting, but before, just slightly before the budget meeting in November. And essentially what we're bringing tonight is just a fix to get us through for 2022 until we can present a complete overhaul of the compensation plan for 2023. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Any members of the audience have any questions? Jan, I have a couple of questions on this.
Okay.
The last HR meeting I attended, last couple of meetings, we discussed several different aspects of the pay plan, paid time off, salary caps, and all that. I do not recall the HR committee recommending to the Board of Aldermen to remove the pay caps.
No, sir. This is what we're bringing as per the city administrator's directives, that he would like to see those removed so that employees can see additional compensation for 2022.
Okay, my understanding was what the committee did agree to, the HR committee, what they agreed to was to have a staffing study done. And so to have a pay plan adjustment that hasn't been recommended by the HR committee, and in my opinion is premature, because I think after all of our discussions at the HR level, we decided to gather the information through a staffing study so we can make good long-term decisions.
Yes, sir.
Instead of a second read on the last night of the year. So it wasn't recommended by HR. In fact, I believe the stipends, if I'm not mistaken, the stipends that were approved for 2021 and 2022, those amounts did go to those that had a salary cap. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In my opinion, I think when we had these meetings, the stipend was to offset some of that, and we agreed that we were going to do a staffing study before we made any suggestions.
Well, again, this is kind of a stopgap measure to get us through for 2022. The staffing study would be then effective of the compensation plan for 2023.
No, I agree with that, but we also have the stipends approved for 2021 and for 2022. So as we have the staffing study discussions in '22, they would take effect for 2023.
That's right.
But the stipends had nothing to do with the actual employee salary. It was a cost of living adjustment, which all employees would be eligible for, and we have not been able to give that cost of living adjustment. So these employees who are continuing to work and do their job are being punished for staying with the city, basically. And when it was presented to me, I asked that it be brought forward to the board. Due to the timing, we couldn't take it to the HR committee when Jan brought it to me. Quite frankly, there are several members of the HR committee sitting here, but it's just not fair to those employees that are capped out to not try to do something to help them when we know that we're probably not going to be able to give a cost of living adjustment to them next year, where we will be able to give the merit increases to all of our other employees that are not topped out.
Stan, did you just say we will not be able to give stipends next year?
No, not stipends, cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
And this just affects like 12 employees at this time, just what you're presenting now?
What's currently topped out as of this moment is about 12 employees. There could be another 3 to 5 for next year, depending upon turnover and things like that.
Mr. Mayor,
What?
we have HR tomorrow morning at 9:30, right?
Yes.
Does this have to be acted on by 12/31 of this year?
Essentially, we're going to start having reviews, performance evaluations for those employees that are capped out in 2022. So the sooner we can have it, the better. It's just a clean cut to have it started.
When's our first meeting in January?
It's going to be
January 11th?
Is that too late to move on this?
I think we need to put it off, because I think there needs to be a lot more discussion on this.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I'm asking a rhetorical question. If we have HR tomorrow to thoroughly discuss this and vet this, and we can make a recommendation out to the full board, is January 11th too late?
by and large, whenever it comes to compensation issues and matters like that, we can make retroactive adjustments to pay if we need to.
Yeah, I'd sure entertain a motion to,
May I comment? Sorry.
yes.
Your agenda for tomorrow's already posted for the HR committee. I don't know if,
boy.
Yeah.
Director Fisher has anything on that agenda. I don't remember it, that this would,
The only thing we have on that agenda is going to be policies with respect to the HR manual.
Always at the end, there's reports. Could this be on the reports?
Other business?
I would
Asking
say
for a
no.
it's pretty.
Lifeline here.
You're crossing a line that you.
Okay, so let's not cross any lines. Let's say Jan just commented that if the HR committee makes a recommendation to the board, it could include being retroactive. So instead of trying to violate any lines for tomorrow, what if we have our HR meeting in January and then put this back on the agenda for the board meeting following the next HR committee, and that can be our meeting to discuss this?
Absolutely.
What would be the date of HR meeting in January?
And I would be okay if we determined at our meeting tomorrow if we need to have a special HR committee to kind of.
Yeah.
And can I clarify one more thing I've heard said? We have not approved the 2022 stipends yet.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't till we get the
Right.
funds, yeah.
I just,
So do you know the date of the January HR meeting?
The third Wednesday, I don't have that calendar.
Somebody has a calendar.
it's the 19th is your.
Is it possible to move that up?
That's up to the HR committee.
Yeah, but there again, if we decide to do something, we can make it retroactive. So I'd rather do it right than try to rush it, because we can always make it retroactive.
That would probably be something good to discuss with the HR committee about how to proceed under reports to reschedule or whatever you want to do in January, if you want to have an earlier meeting or something.
Okay.
You can ask your committee that tomorrow.
Yeah. So for this purpose, we can always move it up, but for this purpose, to make a postponement, we have to have a date certain. So, Lisa, what would be the first Board of Aldermen meeting following the January 19th HR meeting?
25th.
January 25th.
That will be extremely tight because.
Extremely what?
Tight.
Extremely what?
Tight to get that done. I mean, if you had any changes, as long as there's no changes, you'd be okay, because it's just a postponement. That'll work.
Okay.
Motion, it's postponed to January 5th, 20.
I would entertain a motion to postpone this topic till the Board of Aldermen meeting on January 25th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from anybody in the audience? Any discussion from the board, except for Bill?
It's not intended to cause problems. It's intended to vet the discussion.
That's exactly what it is. Something like this, I think, needs to be done right. So we have a motion and a second to postpone this item to the January 25th, 2022 BOA meeting. All in favor, say aye. No.
Huh.
I almost made it. Let's vote. All in favor.
That motion carried 5-0. The item has been postponed.
Thank you.
So we don't have to second read.
No. So item 30. Oh, we have an item 36.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments. This appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointment procedure for Category 4, appointments made by the mayor but not approved by the Board of Aldermen. And Mayor, please announce your appointment. That was provided by Jonas.
Yes. So Jonas Ayers gave me this recommendation for the appointment to the Taney County Enhanced Enterprise Zone Board with a term expiring November 2026, and it's Rob Griffith. Do I have a motion?
We don't have to have a motion. That's just an announcement for the record as your appointment.
I don't even need your input. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just about tired of that.
Your Honor, the next item is disbursements. The floor is open for a motion to acknowledge receipt of disbursements for October 29th, 2021 through November 23rd, 2021.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I assume we're moving on to Alderman reports.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alderman Denham, you have anything to share?
Just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a safe New Year, and we'll see you next year.
Alderman Skanes.
3 quick items, and I want to read this one, if possible, into the record. This is something the mayor and I worked on all the way back in October, and the family has been unable to be here to receive it. But Branson, Missouri, we appreciate our musician, Cedric Lawrence Benoit. We pay special tribute to you in your military and musical service to the citizens of Branson and for advancing Cajun musical influence in Branson, the nation, and worldwide. Signed, Branson, Missouri, October 31st, 2021. Larry Milton, Mayor. Bill Skanes. We will get this to the family. If you guys didn't know, Cedric passed away here a couple months ago, and we wanted to be able to honor him the best way we knew how. The Public Safety Committee met. We discussed these things. If you would like to go over them with me later, I'll be more than glad to give it to you. But at 10:15 at night, all the mayor and I've had are prelanes. I'm moving on to the next item. We had a pre-construction meeting with Keith's staff and the people from, help me out here, Keith, CenturyTel, Suddenlink, White River Electric. Mr. Mayor, they have stated they feel they have about 98% of what they need to move forward, and it would be commencing about January 5th, am I right? And closing out about March 31st. I hope that they stick by that. It's very eye-opening to go to those meetings versus the meetings you and I normally sit on, SID meetings, and that's the end of my report, Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Fenton?
Just want to say thank you to everybody. As always, I appreciate you, and Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have a great holiday season.
Thank you. Alderman Whitus.
First off, I just want to ask everybody to keep Alderman Cooper and his family in your prayers. He had a death in the family. That's why he couldn't be here tonight. So just keep thinking of him. It's a rough time of year to go through something like that, but so remember him. Also, just thankful for everybody's attendance tonight, everybody's input, and also wishing you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Alderman C.
Yes, and I'll echo what Alderman White has said about Clay Cooper's, I believe it was his
Uncle?
Yeah, uncle. And yeah, just Merry Christmas to everybody.
Administrator Dobbins.
No report, just Merry Christmas. Thank you all for your hard work all year. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless all the employees of this city who do this every day. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I also wanted to echo the thoughts and prayers for Alderman Clay Cooper. Also like for us to just take a moment and give our prayers and best wishes to those that were affected by the tornado. A lot of deaths, a lot of destruction, a lot of injuries. With that, I was asked from our event on Friday, and I think we'll put something out, but the sirens we have in town, some people think they're only for tornadoes. And according to our illustrious Ted Martin, if I miss something, I'm sure he'll correct me. Those sirens will go off if Doppler radar feels that we're in a imminent tornado range. They go off if we have thunderstorms with winds exceeding 70 miles an hour. They will go off if Ted Martin says they'll go off.
And if our meetings last too long.
Which means things like if Table Rock Dam broke, if there was a real emergency, they would go off. Is that correct, Ted? Okay. I just want to clear that up because I was asked a few times about last Friday's event. On the city's page? Okay, anybody who wants information on the siren, can anybody give me quick directions of when you go to the home page, you go to Fire and Emergency Management, and that information will be on that page. Thank you very much for that, Ted. Other than that, I truly wish all the employees in Branson a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We have much to be thankful for. And I look forward to seeing each and every one of you next year. I need a motion to adjourn. What? Oh, next item on the agenda is to adjourn into executive session. The floor is open for a motion.
I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.3 RSMO for personnel.
Need a second?
Second.
Do you want us to vote on that, Madam Clerk?
Please.
Okay, everybody vote? Yeah.
That motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, the floor is open to adjourn the Board of Aldermen meeting. Yeah, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.